go. What's up, folks? What is up? Sweet. Welcome in, everyone. Yeah, how's everyone doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. What's up, Moldy? Good to see you. Nice of you to grace us with your presence, Moldy. I'm just making sure everything's set up on my end. All right, I think I'm ready. Okay, so Mr. Mr. High School Dropout over here doesn't know anything about anything. He's gonna be building some stuff on the video game. Listen, I had to go get some assets, okay? Cause like, I don't I don't know art. I'm no artist. I'm like, there's no way I couldn't do art to save my life. As a matter of fact, I can't even figure out like a simple copy paste operation here. There is no image data in the clipboard to paste. Your mom has no image data. There's definitely image data. What are you talking about? Can you like that doesn't even make any sense. Hang on. If I go, yeah. Can I just do like? Can I just? I just want to. Just do it, bro. There we go. It's just done. That took. That was not off to a good start. I'm not gonna lie. That was a pretty bad start. But I need to put some art in. So that's kind of what I'm working on. What? So, okay. First of all, where the heck are all like where's all my UI? Yeah, I don't even see. Yeah, like where's my like? Okay. Uh-huh. What happened? Look, when you can't even do when you can't even use GIMP. I mean, it's in the name. I can't even do it. Show all? No, that's what are you even doing? Oh, Windows? Recently closed docs. I'm dockable dialogues. Okay, how about this? What's going on? Okay, I'm gonna close GIMP. There are 3 images with unsaved changes. Yeah, just discard that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to open it up again. I'm going to try this again. What's up, Justin, on YouTube? How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, hey Chief on TikTok. Why am I not hacking? I'm doing a little bit of art today. That's why. Um, okay, close that. We'll open wait, why? Oh, you know what? Now it makes complete sense. Yeah, it makes complete sense. It's because I moved all my um I moved the entire project, and so now okay, but still, I don't see anything like layers. Why not? What are you doing to me? I want my layer. I want it, there's no what like where are my layers? This pointer, colors, brushes, images. Like these should be hide docs. No, don't hide docs. So there we go. What why? I don't know. It's GIMP. Doesn't matter. Now we're back. We're back. Okay. So, right. We're going to go over here and we're just going to okay, so there's the other layer. Perfect. Perfect. That's perfect. Can I now move about the cabin? I sure can. All right. Now let's get it placed correctly, and then we can actually start building out like some worlds and stuff. We need the grid. We have, I think we have snap to grid. We don't even have snap to grid. That's and uh, is it actually snapping to grid? I guess it is. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Um, what I should do is go like butt to butt right there. I am not sure if this asset pack. I'm not sure if this asset pack is actually like supposed to be the right size, like 32 by 32, but I don't know. I guess we're going to find out. Let's just see what happens. If I, right, there's a command that I had for it. Let me go look up the command to put in. So, you know, what I had was I had a JavaScript array like this, and it was an array of um, a world and layer, and then like a value, and I mapped it to a coordinate on the atlas, which is the like the set of the entire set of images. And hey, what's up here? Good to see you. Um, and decided that was kind of dumb. It's not necessary because then I have to store an entire like JavaScript object on the browser to match up whatever's going like any value in a layer to an image, to a sprite in the atlas. Why do that when we have CSS? And so with CSS, all you have to do is provide some like CSS variables. So I can do things like when I'm in a particular world in a particular layer and I receive a particular value, I just offset, and then I just have a common CSS attribute that just calculates the position of the background image that should be displayed and just crops it off. In my case, it's 32 by 32, but it could be anything. So, so then what I did was we have a function, a JavaScript function that will let us build out a world, kind of like an editor. Here it is, right here. Editor set layer coordinates. And this guy will start letting us do things like, believe it's, no? Is it just editors? No. Is it this? It is. It's DH. Okay. So we do this, and then we'll go 4, 10, 10, and then we could do like 70. And I think that should show up like another Kraken on screen. It sure does. And we can just change it. And now, well, that's actually not going to work. What I need to do is I need to build the thing in order to get the updated atlas. Then I need to go set this again. Then I need to go back down to the Kraken. And then if I went 3, 1, there we go. Look at that. Look at that. It's almost like we kind of know what we're doing, but not really. But we kind of do. Yeah, all right. Okay. Okay. Kind of have something here or there. Not too bad. Not too bad. And now all I have to do is just pick like just pick something to start plopping down. I don't know how many. I don't know what the row is. I guess we'll just figure it out. That's why we have this. So okay, so okay, 8, and I'm gonna have to like spread this out a bit, I guess. Yeah, I can't get like a goodie. I can't get a good crop. So I probably have to like figure out my spacing and stuff. Like, it's gonna be really annoying. Okay, anyways, let's just pretend that we're we're good. So and we'll go back up here, and then we're gonna set value. I don't know, 71 to 7 and 8. And we'll just build some stupid stuff. Nothing too crazy. I'm just wondering what these other ones are. I mean, I could put this one in too and just see what happens. Maybe not that. Maybe let me put in, what, A5? Let's just do that real quick. No, not this. There. And then just like that. And we'll dump in. Keep doing that. Probably because I'm a high school dropout. Okay, and then we'll dump in this. Okay, and then we'll see if this gives us a. I guess I gotta build it again. All right. Hang on. Let me check. Clickbait title. It's not clickbait. It's real. Bad cop. Yeah, you didn't know? I'm not joking. I'm not making it up. All right. Okay. I mean, I'm glad that worked. We just have to fiddle around with the offset here and just find something that's like, I don't know, not so bad looking, I guess. Let's go with 3 and yeah, this isn't gonna line up. I don't think this is meant to be 32 by 32. So I guess I'm just stuck with this. I don't know what else to do. I suck at art. Yeah, but why does it say programmer? It's true. Yeah. Why does it say that? You're right. Caught. That's the one thing that's wrong about this whole the whole title. It's the programmer part. Caught. Bad cop caught me. Yeah, I guess 18.3. I suppose we could do that. And then we can just kind of like oh man, this is gonna look so dumb. Well. 72 will be like, let's see what we've got here. So we're here. I guess we'll just work, I don't know, down maybe. So we'll go 8. So if this is 18.3, then we'll just go like 18.4 and then maybe just do that for now. 18.4. Yeah. And so I guess then what we can do is just start there, yeah, like that. And then yeah. All right. Okay. And then we'll start plugging that in into our generate world function. Hey, Oak Spirit, thank you for the follow on the Twitch side just now. I appreciate it. Okay. So 10, 10, 10, 11. So now we can just go over to our, that's not what I wanted. We'll go over to, where is it? Generate world. Yeah, somewhere here when I'm generating this world, right? I think right here. This is layer 1. I think I want this on layer 2. Because the background layer is first, then layer 1 for things like ground tiles and whatever, and then layer 2 for buildings. Yeah, it probably makes sense. All right, let's do that. Okay, add value to global world data. Layer ID is, well, we're going to be in layer 2. Then it's going to be 71. And then, nope, 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 nope. I pushed the wrong. There we go. Okay. And this will be 72, except we want it like here. If we've done this right, then we're we should see the exact same thing. Oh, yeah. All right. I'm going to do something so dumb. It's going to be great. Hey, Oak Spirit. Am I using any libraries? No. Um, no standard library when I compile. It's C to WASM, and I'm not using any standard libraries. Everything's vanilla on the browser. JavaScript, CSS, 8 div elements. There's no Canvas or WebGPU or WebGL or anything like that because that triggers hardware acceleration. And I don't want hardware acceleration. I want hard mode. So yeah, this is crazy hard mode. Yeah, no standard library, nothing. Just the raw dog, the whole thing. Um, yeah, the point of no malloc, nothing. I manage my own memory. No arrays. No structs. No pointers. Nothing like that. I manage. It's just flat arrays everywhere, and then I just slice off um, on indices on the arrays. Um, yeah, the whole point of my stream is I get on and complain about the state of the industry of the tech industry and how much we're told that you can't accomplish anything without like crutches and guardrails and frameworks and I don't know, things that do a bunch of stuff for you. And I just don't think that's true. I think it's more often not true. So I'm trying to show by example, I guess, by doing something crazy and just seeing how far I can push it. And so far, building a game on the browser, um, it's been pretty performant with just vanilla everything. So, um, there's a lot more room for improvement. I spent all day deleting code that was duplicated 4 times. Yeah, well, that the same 2,000 line file 4 times, and then they diverged over years. I mean, that doesn't sound that great. Not gonna lie, does not sound that great. Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe 4. Yeah, so I guess 4, 4 and 3, 4 and 4. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think those things happen like a lot, but um, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. I'm I'm mostly like anti frameworks and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'm using C++ inheritance instead, which some people hate, I guess. Oh, you're using C++. All right. Well, I guess it's time for you to get banned. Kidding. I'm kidding. A little bit. Not really. C++ is tough, man. I just don't get the I don't get why it exists. Just not gonna lie. I just don't get why it exists. So it's just so overcomplicated. Hey Rui, thanks for the lurk. They use C++, but it's 80% C style. Yeah. I mean, at that point, like, what the hell are you doing? Right? What the hell are you doing? Um, that doesn't jive. And that's ripe for causing like all kinds of issues. Like seriously, you know. Yeah. Anyway, I feel bad for you. What else can I say? I feel bad for you. Yeah, that's so weird. It's such a weird thing to hear. Like the 80% of it is like C style. I don't know. It's just a strange thing for me to hear. But I mean, that's kind of like what I rant about a lot on stream, which is why I'm doing this project. It's just like we seem to have lost our way. With all kinds of things in tech, um, especially from when I was growing up and getting into it. Um, and generally we just seem okay with it, and I'm not okay with it. So you know, a high school dropout, can self self teach and then do something like this, then we should be pushing ourselves a bit harder to do a bit better. Mostly extern vars. Old school theme. What's up, Travis? Good to see you, man. Am I really quiet? Yeah, I might be. I might be. I can turn myself up a bit using things like the equals for storing a bunch of flags bit by bit. Right. Right. Here, I'll go like this and then see. Maybe that's a bit louder. Hopefully not too loud. How's the project going? Not bad. I'm at the point where all the big stuff is done, and all I have to do is um, essentially just take all the paradigms that I've created inside the game for like menu systems and rendering and all that, and just start building out story and NPCs and load worlds and do like I don't know, like stats on characters, or items, things like that. Like I think the big stuff is done. Much better volume. Good. Okay. Isn't that a Neovim logo in your tileset? It sure is. Check it. Let, yeah, right here. Let me just zoom in then. Yeah, I've got these. Because, you never know when you're going to need a character. Yeah, I'm at the fun part of the game. Yeah. Love the blue and white, no colors. Yeah, me too. It's just my brain can't handle colors. Whenever I have colors in my IDE, all I see is colors. I don't see code. I don't see words. It's just the way my brain works. I completely understand why other people, need colors to read code. It's completely understandable. But just for me, I just can't. So yeah, PHP. Yeah, React is the final boss. You better believe that there will be a React fight. You love colors, yeah. And I've already got you in the game as a let's see, where are you? There you are. Yeah, there you are. There's Travis. Bro can't even macro and see. Just like a light trash talk that I just, if you'd like to say something else, you're welcome to make suggestions, but I just thought it might be funny. I can't even remember how I came up with that. I don't even remember where that came from. Probably because I'm a high school dropout and I'm a dum dum. It's probably something like that. I'm gonna have to make I'm gonna have to pick someone to be like the person who embodies the React NPC, I guess. The React fight should be super slow and laggy, yeah. And only allow you to leak memories and attack. And if you don't beat it in time, it crashes. Yeah. So, if I, okay, I'm gonna one up you. It's gonna be slow. it's gonna leak memory. Um, and if you don't beat it in time, it crashes. However, on top of everything you just said, when it loads, it's gonna do that thing that stupid React apps do, where they have that like gray section that's like a placeholder. You know, just before the thing to like the data dynamically loads on the page. So it'll be like that. It'll just be like a gray like little flashing placeholder, and then React will come in, and then it'll be really slow, and it will do the choppiness like if you're on a modem, you know, and then the images are loading up, and it'll be like in sections, right? Load up the image in sections, and then when you attack it, the leaking of memory, what could we represent that as? It'll be like I don't know. We'll find a way to represent leaking memory in the game, and then if you don't beat it in time, then it just like the crashes will just do like a self explode or something. Sup, Rui? Good to see you. Make sure to intentionally drop your frame rate. Yeah, actually, I wonder if I should just make the boss slow. Maybe just make React slow. Everything else is fine, but it's just React that's slow. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. No reaction. Slow down the player. Inside WASM, create an x86 emulator, throw a Linux distro on it, pull up React and an Electron app. That would be. I know you're kidding, Oak, but I kind of think that that's going to end up happening. Yeah, the end user, like it does anyway. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Make React have an effect on the end user. Yes. It's pretty much modern dev. I completely agree. You've come to the right place, Oak. I complain about this all the time because I hate React. I think it's a cancer to tech, the worst offender, and I just can't stand it when people use it for just everything, and then make it run Doom. Yeah, I mean, like you're halfway to yeah, at that point, it would almost be it would almost be an affront to God if you didn't run Doom on something like that. You know what I mean? It would just be like, what are you even doing, bro? I like Rust. I mean, why? 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 Rust is terrible. Why do you like Rust, bro? What are you talking about, bro? Maybe you've come to the wrong place and the right place all at the same time. Yeah. Okay. Here, let me just have a look here just for a quick second at something. Where you guys are chatting. Just one sec. Okay, I got that. I just want to kind of extend this out, so might as well just quickly do that. Um, wait, 012. I see. So if I went 0, I wonder what happens. Okay, so I just got to solve for that. Okay. You love Rust libraries? Dude, you would love NPM then. At that point, why don't you just NPM everything? Just NPM install everything. It's no different, right? They're of. Hang on. Oh, hang on. I haven't even finished reading your sentence yet, and I'm already like, wait, am I gonna. They are of the highest quality, and any niche you look it up, and bam, it's the best library you have ever seen, and it's memory safe and fast. You try to go to C++ or Golang and look up a library for that, and the best one hasn't been updated for 5 years, and the result is a fork with 3 stars. Um, okay. So look, you're more than welcome to stick around here, but you speak of blasphemy. um, that's we don't believe in that stuff around here. Um, so I'm trying to see if there's an article. I can't. Um, oh man, I can't think. I can't find the article right now. Okay. Anyways, so just write the whole thing in PHP, interpreted by TypeScript. I like C, no dependencies. Yeah. Okay. So this is the thing. Um, Rust, in my opinion, all right. I really don't like it because it suffers from the same thing that Node and JavaScript and like the whole JavaScript world suffers from, um, which is libraries. And what you end up doing is you end up reaching for libraries when you need to solve a problem. And the assumption is because it's built in Rust, it's safe by default. That's not always true. You can introduce all kinds of issues in Rust, no matter how good Rust is or not. It doesn't matter. But there's a trust factor that's kind of like implied with Rust, and I think it's oversold, and it gives programmers a false sense of security that they're whatever they're importing is good enough. It's the exact same mentality that happens in the JavaScript world, which is you need to go reach out for like to solve a problem, and you're going to go look up, hey, maybe there's a library that's out there that solves this problem for me, so that I don't have to do it. And then you might see something that has like a bajillion stars on GitHub, or it gets downloaded a lot, or it's like the de facto, right? And what you've done is you've introduced any problems and any dependency issues that come with that into your project. So if there's an update that requires you to make other updates, and then the circular dependency chain, or if there's a security vulnerability that hasn't been solved, you have to hope that the people will solve it if it even gets caught in the first place. Things like this. Um, the other thing is that memory safety is not actually that hard to tackle to begin with in something like C. And if you like C no dependencies, then you probably know this already. Is it like as easy as a language that deals with memory safety for you? Obviously not. But it's not something that you have to like build an entire new language and add a bunch of things with it, with Rust that need to come with it. And then I have one other reason, but let me just read your message here. I think the reason it differs is that Rust syntax makes everything so clear and explicit and strongly typed that the library interfaces are super clear. It's likely you can just go to the auto-generated docs and understand the data flow of the library very quickly and be able to start using it in minutes. Okay, so the syntax makes everything clear and explicit and strongly typed. Here's my question to you. Would you agree that clear, it's nonsense, but it's how I feel, yeah. Would you agree that clear, explicit, and strongly typed are preference-based arguments? Like, I mean, the abstractions, there's no consistency. I mean, maybe, but it, just let's just give Oak a second. I can't argue against that, to be honest. Oak, I'm not trying to trash, like, it, I'm not trying to, I don't want to like, dump all over. Um, okay, so man, I can't find the damn article. Okay, so Oak, the okay, the I hate abstractions. Yeah, it's a different mic, Travis, because I'm in a different room using a different setup. Yeah, it's gonna sound different. So, like, here's an example, right? So I brought up JavaScript and the npm libraries. I feel like Rust is essentially the same thing. You're importing a whole bunch of stuff that in it from an in a vacuum, like Oak can look at something that's imported and make a determination whether it's good or not, because Oak finds it easy to read. But that is subjective. And so that's the reason why I bring that up, because not everybody can subjectively read a Rust library or an npm library or whatever it is that they've brought in, and read it the same way and come to the same judgment value. So those subjective arguments make it like a really like slippery kind of basis for why something is good or not good. It just kind of like, it depends on who you are, right? There's a necessary abstraction that you bring in when you import someone else's library. There's a necessity to have an abstraction, and the more you do that, the more that abstraction compounds, and then you have things like build systems, or like, a complicated series of steps that you need to do in order to pull something together and run it. And then that's a further abstraction, and then you force everybody else who uses your thing to also add to that abstraction. That's like why I hate things like React, or npm libraries, things like that. So I think Rust it falls under the same category, just at a lower level than JavaScript. And I also do not like how Rust is essentially run by community opinion. That's always a bad setup. Always. When you have community opinions dictating the terms of a language, library, or framework, because the loudest group of people get to make influence the decisions that happen in it. That's a recipe for disaster, and it will happen either like very quickly or many years later. And I've seen that happen many times with like not purely, but like heavily community driven, like just listen to everybody and try and appease the crowd kind of a thing. Yeah, a lot of dependencies mean you also get 200 more dependencies with it. That's exactly right. And that's exactly that's exactly why, hey, Mystified, good to see you. That's exactly why I brought up the npm thing, because it's the same thing. Your dependency chain grows so big, and then what ends up happening is that you are only as fast as the weakest link in the chain. Rust is super easy to get going without even having to think about what's going on. Sure, I don't think the npm baggage is necessarily a consequence of React's abstraction. No, it is not. To be clear, npm is different from React. So, but React does bring in a lot of libraries that you would find in npm and puts them together in like a chain of things that you have to do. But they're not one to one. I also wouldn't be surprised if a lot of Rust dependencies turn into hidden vulnerabilities years later. Being a system language gives it huge potential for exploitation. People in C don't download dependencies like they do in Rust. Yeah. So Oak, if you I can't remember. I think it's a YouTube. I think it's just Bang YouTube. Yeah. So if you on my YouTube, there's I can get the actual videos that I've done, but I've done some videos where I literally go over scientific articles and we discuss security vulnerability issues in the tech industry, among many other things. And for example, this is one of my favorite things to show. Not this. I always get this link wrong. This thing. Have a look at this thing. And here I'll zoom in a bit. But I show this all the time. Starting like even if you just take 2015 onwards, if you want to account for things like we didn't track things properly back here in like 2005, 2010, we didn't have a good way of tracking things, etc. That's fine. You can make that claim, and it might be a completely legitimate claim. But just have a look at like even 2020 to 2025. I mean, we're talking about like every 5 years, the security vulnerabilities double, and I go over this academic scientific articles on past live streams, which I'm trying to break down into shorter videos in a playlist so that it's easier to find. But I've done this several times, and we break down what happens when you just pull in whatever library, whatever it is that you want to pull in that makes your life easier, because you need that abstraction in order to solve a problem that you don't want to solve yourself. The consequence of that is huge, and the the cybersecurity cost. I'm not talking about like paying people who work in cybersecurity or the cost of running a business in cybersecurity. I'm talking about the cost of cybersecurity issues. When a cybersecurity event happens because of something like you brought in a library that had a security vulnerability in Rust, and you didn't know it, and then it got discovered like 5 to 10 years later, which often happens, by the way. It usually takes years to discover serious things, and by the time it's discovered, it's already exploited, and you don't know what the downwind consequences of like real human life cost is. But the estimated costs make cybersecurity consequences the third biggest economy in the world, next to China and the USA. And that's been the case for a few years running now. And a huge part of that is exactly because of things like Rust and NPM and React and other libraries and frameworks that are like, hey, don't worry, we solve a bunch of stuff for you. Just use us and pull in whatever we tell you to pull in, and you're going to be just fine. And so it's a major reason why I don't want to use things like Rust, why I avoid it like the plague. And also, just to be clear, I don't think that most programmers are so dumb that they actually require all these external things to do what they need to do. I think we have plenty of programmers who are plenty capable of in-housing a lot of their own solutions and being extremely picky about anything they add externally. But we've made it so easy and lazy. It's basically an easy button to just import whatever you want and not really think about it. And so, of course people are going to take that. Like, it's extremely tempting for me to do that. And I'm sitting here like complaining about it, and I still find myself like, oh man, it would just be so easy to pull this thing, right? But I don't think we need to be doing that. Another issue, manufacturers copy paste their legacy firmware across all their devices with tight deadlines, and half the routers out there have RC. Yeah, it absolutely affects hardware manufacturing. Yeah, that's right. Or at the very least, stuff that runs on hardware, for sure. Like you're 100% right. I'm not disputing that software is less secure, but the CV system has turned into an academic point scoring exercise. A lot of CVs are not exploitable in the real world and are just filed to pad someone's resume. Um, I disagree, Lem. It's also hard to justify having in-house tools to upper management. Yeah, and so okay, I'm gonna get back to Lem in a second. The if programmers were encouraged more to understand the pitfalls of reach for this library, reach for this framework, reach for this language because it's like the most popular, or it solves XYZ or whatever it is, everyone's using it, like insert reasons here, it doesn't matter. But if more programmers were aware of the pitfalls of these things, then they would also be able to articulate better why they shouldn't be used. And you could articulate that a little bit better to management. Not all programmers obviously could do that, but more could than not. And I think the only way to attack exactly what you're saying, Mist, is to make more programmers aware of like why you probably shouldn't be doing these things anywhere near as often as we do. If more programmers understood that, it would mean that they could better explain it to upper management. And then you have like you have to remember that upper management is dependent on programmers to some degree. So if upper management kept hearing from a lot of programmers, hey, like we need to stop doing this or we need to do this differently or whatever, then upper management would be like, well, like geez, like our entire programming team is telling us that this might be a bad idea, maybe we should like listen to them, right? And we know that's true because that's happened in the past many times in the opposite direction, when programmers are like, hey, we should all be using React, or hey, we should all be using Rust or whatever because it makes life easy. And upper management goes, yeah, great, cheaper for us, and the programmers are happy and all that. It's like, we have to be able to explain that. Okay, now, Lem, why do I disagree with you? I disagree with you because if you actually look at what the security vulnerabilities are, so if you were to go to, let's see, I don't think it's this. There is a website, because I don't just want to talk out of my butt here. There's somewhere that breaks down, maybe it's the definitions here. CV metrics and stats, but it doesn't really show it. There's somewhere in here that shows the actual CVE breakdown of like what are the issues that are being reported, and like their definition essentially, right? And if I went over this on a previous stream, and I just can't seem to find it. CVE growth, maybe? No. CWE data. Man, I can't seem to find it right now. I'm sorry. But there is a place here somewhere, and you can see like what it is. And a huge portion of like the top level of CVEs is stuff that is easily avoided. So it's things like you didn't properly sanitize your inputs. Like that's easily avoided. It should be one of the things that like web developers at least should be taught like right off the bat. It should be like a default thing you think about when you're accepting input from like a form or something, right? That's one of the top ones. And there are other ones up there. And again, I've gone over this before, so I apologize that I don't have the specifics right off the top of my head. But there are things like that like make up a huge chunk of these vulnerabilities. So I don't think that there's a lot of padding going on. Maybe some. I could agree with like there's definitely some padding. But if you look at the ones that make up the vast majority of issues, they generally center around like the most basic things that you could think of to secure, and they just aren't being secured. Biggest one is skill issues. Yeah. Hey, Sergeant Pepper, how you doing, man? Hey, Dandy. Sorry to hear about your failed education and homelessness. I know it's pretty bad, right? I mean, you can see behind me. It's all cardboard. It's all cardboard. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Lack of content security policies and cores are also common. Yeah, yeah. And I believe we went over some. I don't know. It was a few weeks ago, maybe a bit longer. Maybe it was a few months ago, and we went through some of the CVE issues. I think we went through the top 10 or something, and it was like these should be like these shouldn't these should almost be non-existent in this day and age. Um, but it's crazy that they make up like they take a huge chunk of the top spots of CVE issues. So I don't think you can say that's padding. That's like, what the hell are these issues doing here? Is it corrugated cardboard at least? I mean, I don't want to give away all the secrets of my cardboard mansion. Yeah, leave a little bit of mystery, Dandy. Average new vulnerabilities each day, 147%. That math ain't math. And what does that mean? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad, right? It's like, it's pretty bad. It's not real math. But even if you don't take that, even if you just look at this on a per year basis, it's absolutely bonkers. What we have, it ain't right, and this is part of the reason why I just can't, like, I say so much. I say as much as I do about things like React and Vue and Svelte and all these like libraries and frameworks. Like we're just the day of programmers who were encouraged to understand the craft, at least a little bit, is just insane. It's not there anymore. Can we correlate the graph with the rise of 30-day boot camp guarantees? I mean, it probably doesn't take much to make that correlation, but I think the last time I checked on that, it was around 2017. So it'd be around just in the middle of this section is when that stuff started to rise like quite a bit. So maybe, but you also have to consider that that's not, those boot camps and stuff aren't as popular as they used to be. So what accounts for this rise today, for example? Who knows? What's the point of tracking vulnerabilities if you haven't stopped them from being created daily yet? It's a bit like arresting drug addicts instead of preventing the traffickers from bringing them in every day. Well, you need to track them. You have to track them because you need to know where the problem lies. Right? Like you need to understand what is being, like, what security vulnerabilities are being created so that you can determine whether you're even solving the problem at all. Are people working around? Let's say that you prevented all traffickers, but the same level of vulnerabilities and same types were still happening, right? That would give you an indication that maybe it wasn't the traffickers to begin with, or maybe it is, but they found a different way around it, right? Like you have to track it. Yeah, thanks, Sergeant. Yeah. I'm not contesting the existence of input SAN bugs, but there are also a lot of CVs that can't be exploited in practice. Example, require physical access to a system under specific conditions. Right, Lem, but I would argue that they okay, you can exploit some of those in practice, right? Like you can do it. It's happened before where I think we went over, there was one study, I think it was the SysQ report in 2023, and there was one vulnerability there that happened because someone left their machine open, and yeah, somebody walked into an office and sat down in front of that machine and was like, oh, and it was like just like an open, the middle of nowhere open office, and then they could VPN into like a remote system because they just had access to this machine. The issue is that when it does happen, it seems like a small thing that's like a one-off, like, oh, the chances of that happening are so small, but it's so easily preventable. And when it's exploited, it can cause such heavy damage, right? So it's an important thing. It's not something to just kind of like slough off. Or the rest of the non-boot camp devs, the patients are running the asylum now. Yeah, that's right. Even the massive spike in 2024 is like 0.01% of the real problem, which is poor education, poor business practices, poor training. I can agree with that, but Dandy, I think those things have an impact. Yeah, it's like having a flood destroy a city, and you pick 3 droplets of water to hyperanalyze. How did these droplets get here? Like, yeah, I agree with that, but you need something, right? Like, you have you don't know what the flood is unless you pick something to track and record, like, historically. Um, at least it's a starting point. It gives you an indication that there's a problem that you need to look deeper into. And um and I'm just kind of I'm temporarily going to skip Lem, and not because I don't want to read his messages, just because I'm talking to Dandy for a second. Yes, okay. So Dandy, you have to understand, well, maybe you do understand it. I don't mean that in a bad way. You have to remember that not everybody sees it that way. So you and I can sit here and talk about like how it's really, really clear that we have a lot of issues with security vulnerabilities and stuff, but you have to look at the state of the tech industry as a whole and ask yourself, do you think that many other people see it your way, that they see it as clearly as you do, or not? And if they don't, if a vast majority of people in the tech industry, whether it's management or programmers or everything in between, do not see it the way you and I do, then you have to give them something to help open their eyes. And tracking these vulnerabilities, regardless of what they are and whether they're extremely severe or not, is a way to do that. Okay, Lem. But if the CEO leaves his terminal open in front of a hostile actor, is that really a security vulnerability? The threat model matters. A lot of them are BS. Okay. If they leave the terminal open, no, you wouldn't count that as a CVE. But if they leave the terminal open, and because of that, there is a CVE that makes it easy for someone to exploit an open terminal, that is something that you should track. And no, I would argue not a lot of them are BS. A lot of them are not BS. A lot of them are like they shouldn't even exist. We should have nailed these a long time ago. Some of them are BS for sure, but I don't think a lot of them are. All you have to do is go look and read at the definitions, like we have in the past on these streams, and look at the definitions of what some of these CVEs are, and the fact that they make up such a huge portion of the vulnerabilities. And no, like, they're, I would say they're BS only in the sense that like they even exist in the first place. I can think of a few who don't see it that way. Devs, no less. Right. I think Travis would agree. Right. But if you take a person who doesn't see that and show them a particular CVE, they'll say, that case doesn't apply to me, very narrow-sightedly. They'll say, great work, let's fix that one and call it done. The kinds of people who see a CVE and then generalize to a broader problem don't see a CVE in the first place because a broader problem is already obvious to them. Right. So Dandy, not tracking the CVE, thinking it's pointless to track it, is not the same thing as people not taking it seriously. It's two different things. What you have to try and do is take the tracking of these CVEs and their severity as one element of getting people to see that there is an issue beyond their narrow-sided scope, which I agree with you does exist 100%. And I think it exists way too much. I think lots of people see it that way, that narrow-sided way. I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I agree with you. But you need a way to, like, you need something to point to be able to say, no, you're wrong. Look at look at how serious it is. Do people do that? No. That's why I'm doing what I do, right? Because I'm trying to get people to see it, and I'm trying to use the data to make people see it. I'm doing a security research project for something this semester. Might do zero trust for satellites. Yeah. Well, I guess good timing on chat, right, Oak? My God, some well-known streamer YouTubers on his channel making the argument that if you're not running at least some JS on the back end, you're more than likely making a bad website. These kinds of blanket statements are related to things like this blue chart. Yeah, that's Theo, right? Yeah, Theo is saying some pretty okay, non-family friendly few seconds. Theo's saying some pretty fucking stupid, retarded ass shit today on his stream. I couldn't even finish it because it's so fucking retarded. I wonder how this guy fucking wakes up in the morning and breathes. I swear to God, this guy has a tape recorder and he wakes up in the morning and he's like, and then he plays it and it says, Theo, breathe. And then he goes, because it's so fucking stupid with this shit he says. How he gets that many viewers, I don't know. Anyways, don't clip that. Don't spread it around. Actually, I actually don't even think the problem is that people don't see it, is that they don't care. Dandy, yeah. They're yes, they don't care. That's right. Because no one holds them accountable, right? Like if management sees that and they don't care, well, programmers need to say something about that. For example, it's just one example, right? So you can't just like throw your hands up and go like, well, why are we even bothering tracking this stuff, right? Somebody like at some point along the way, someone has to break that chain. And if these if stats like this are available, it gives someone like myself or yourself the ability to at least like say something about it and point to some data that indicates like, hey, you should care. You can even make it like a business, like a financial thing. Like if you care about your, making lots of money, then you should be worried about security vulnerabilities because it's going to cost you money. It's going to cost you customer trust. You could make more money if you fixed it, right? But somebody has to, you have to have some data to point to, and you have to have people who are willing to try to make other people care. So it counts for something. Yes, all they care about is money. I agree, Oak. Yeah, it's a big problem. Yeah. But again, like it, somebody has to say something then, right? You can't just be like, well, what can I do? Like, no, you can do a lot, or you can do more than you think. A lot of design is about trade-offs. How much performance do you trade to pacify someone with an insane threat model? The person who files a CVE gets to make an arbitrary decision. It is possible that the person who wrote the code was aware of the possibility of an exploit in a very specific set of circumstances which are unlikely to occur. The Linux kernel is a good example of this. Right, but Lem, that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean it's BS. Now you've shifted the goalpost, Lem. It doesn't mean it was a BS CVE. It was possibly a very valid CVE, and if it were to be exploited, it would be extremely serious. So it's worthy of tracking. The only practical way to make them care is to show them lawsuits where it costs a huge amount of money. So it'd be useful to have a CV database for tech lawsuits instead. You don't even need to do lawsuits. All you have to do is do something like we've done before on this stream, which is go back and read the reports on security vulnerabilities that were exploited, and even some of the most brain dead things that were exploited caused entire companies to lose millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. It's there. It's all there. You just have to go look for it like I did. And most people don't even look for it. They just, unfortunately, there are a lot of us on chat and myself who would read, like the headlines, but wouldn't read the details. And it's about reading. It's when you get into the details that these things become extremely apparent, and then it's easier to talk about them exactly the way that you're suggesting, Dandy. I tuned in for 3 minutes and I had to leave. Yeah, Theo was just Theo. I just can't. I can't say enough bad things about Theo. I'm sure he's like a perfectly fine person, like he's not like a bad person or anything. Like, like I don't think he drowns puppies in his spare time. He just, yeah. My last manager said code quality doesn't matter, unlike mechanical design quality. It doesn't matter. Then your manager is obviously misinformed, but it has to be articulated why. Right? Like we as programmers have to do a better job articulating why. Shifted the goalpost of like whether something is a BS CVE or not. Do you seriously believe that every CVE corresponds to a real security issue? Then let me answer that with another question, Lem. Do you seriously think that most CVE issues do not cannot possibly lead to serious consequences? Like, can you objectively make that statement? Most CVE issues, were they to be exploited, and I mean most, like over 80%, would not lead to serious, like real world consequences. Thanks, Travis. Good to see you, man. Yeah, have a good stream. Unless you work for a huge. Okay. I think the stuff that makes some of his opinions so terribly wrong is the way he expresses them with a conviction of 1,000 mediocre devs that think they only produce correct opinions. Yeah, and he has hundreds of people, thousands of people, tens of thousands of people who watch his bullshit, and they're like, oh, Theo's the, I should listen to Theo because he's like an influencer. Um, if I want to do well in this industry, I should listen to Theo. I was like, no, you shouldn't. He's just making you more stupid. Never made the claim. You're the one contesting my claim that a subset of CVs. Okay, hang on, Lem. Am I misunderstanding you? Which is completely possible, by the way, because I'm a high school dropout. So I'm stupid. Lem, I thought you said that, like, hang on. No, let me go back up and chat. Okay. Um, because maybe I've misunderstood what you've said. Not disputing it. A lot of CVs are not exploitable and are just filed to pad someone's resume. That's what you said before, right? Okay, so yeah, so you didn't say they're BS. That's right. Yeah, you just said that they're not exploitable and they pad someone's resume. Um, right. Okay, so that's on me. I'll take the L on that one, Lem. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't think that all of them can be. I don't think that most of them can be just dismissed. I think most of them shouldn't be dismissed. They should be taken seriously. I do think some of them absolutely fall under the bucket that you're describing. Yeah. Um, and to answer your question more exactly, when you ask, do you seriously believe every CVE corresponds to a real security issue? The answer is no. The answer is absolutely no. Not every CVE corresponds to a real security issue. I think you do have a point. Some CVEs are there to be like, hey, look, I found this, like, it's like functional programming. It's like I found this, like, academic, theoretical in like the academic sense of the word, theoretical way to exploit something that in practice is completely different from what's been discovered. So yeah. Hopefully that's a little bit more fair, because I think I misunderstood you, Lem, which is on me. Yeah. Honestly, it wasn't a clarification, Lem. I'm taking an L here. I misunderstood you. Just being completely honest. Taking an L. I misunderstood what you were saying. So yeah. What CVE? It's a crap. Jeez. Attack coming in, asking questions that are difficult to answer for me. How dare you, Tack? I don't remember what all the acronyms are, okay? You programmer, name me all the acronyms. Common vulnerability and exposures. All right, there you go. KTAC? Jeez. Something cybersecurity, yeah. Friggin' TAC. Got it. TAC just shows up and we're like, what the hell, TAC? He's like, hey, bros, what's CVE? Like, TAC, shut up. How you doing, TAC? Good to see you. Yeah, CV stands for whoopsie. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I don't know. I think the fact. How about this? Maybe like something that's a bit more fair to say is that if like a big chunk of um the top, maybe the top 10. I think it was the top 10 that we looked at. If a big chunk of the top 10 of CVEs that make up the chart over here are easily preventable, like they should be no-brainer things that most programmers should be aware of or already like fix when they just write their code initially. That I think is enough to warrant like great concern. Great concern. I think that would be fair to say. So, yeah. But like this, you have to find a way. Yeah, this is the problem, right? Is it's great for like people like us to get together and chat like this and be like, yeah, man, this sucks. This is stupid. Why are we doing this? I get it. But it's a whole other thing in practice where you're working at, you're working for a company, you depend on them to get a paycheck, to pay your bills. It's even more difficult if you have a family with that dependency chain, and there are deadlines, and nobody's like really listening to you. You might be the odd one out. You probably are if you're saying things like this, and you have to do what you have to do, right? But that's kind of why I'm doing this portion, which is like not a lot of people want to get in front of a camera and talk about this stuff, or go online and make videos, or whatever, and bring more attention to it. And I'm hoping that if more people like me, and there are a few others aside from me who do it, like Travis is great that way. He kind of low key does it. But if more people do it, then maybe more programmers just in general will be able to be like, to find ways to explain that position to people who will listen, and that can make a change. And it's happened before in the tech industry. It's helped move like standards forward. It's helped to change things like even browser standards. Hardware has moved forward because programmers like spoke up about particular things. It's happened in the past, so I don't see any reason why it can't happen again. But just have to make people aware and hope it lands somewhere. It's difficult. It's a difficult thing. Isn't it so weird when you replace a 100,000 line C++ or C# desktop app with an Electron app that requires 30 million lines of code worth of dependencies that you end up with more critical bugs? Who would have guessed it? That's right, Dandy. Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's kind of the reason why I'm like, anyway, yeah. I love Jay Blow on Twitter congratulating someone for 60 FPS of lines of text. I know. In Go. Yeah. Yeah, I know. That was funny. But people that's where people are at, I guess. um what can you say? What can you say? I don't know. There's something about enjoying the patting yourself on the back for like the simplest things and thinking that you're like a hotshot programmer. I think I know the person who did that and wrote it in Go. I think I know who they are, and they're not like a bad programmer. They just thought it was cool that they could accomplish something that they did. But yeah. Um it's funny. There's some infamous tweet where a Python programmer was profiling their code, measuring it in seconds, and bragging how fast they made it. Jeez. Uh, Java makes you feel your algorithm. You make it faster and you feel it. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, holy crap. I went from 9 seconds to 8 seconds to run a for loop. God, is this you? that's what Java makes you feel. Um, I'd have to move these two corners up to, I think it's y of 0, 3 and 4. 0, 2, 3. And then down, oops. And then down like that. Uh-huh. Wonder what happens if I do this. Let me just play around with the template here. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's gotta be like this. Yeah, now we're talking. Let me just take a second to just. Yeah, all right. And then just a sec, folks. Just a sec. I just want to see if I can just quickly. Is this all I need? Let me see what happens here. Okay, got it. So it's just like this. Okay, and then I can just fill around with that. Okay, got it. I'm good. Oh damn, chat. You guys are going crazy. That's why they use it for CS classes, yeah. Oh my god, I made my hash table look up only 2.5 seconds. Epic. Yeah, I know, Dandy, right? Saving up for my out-of-grid solar panels already for my XPS 37s and 390 watt. It's 144 hertz. Nice tack. Meanwhile, game devs, I have 16 ms to simulate the universe. That's true. Did anyone see Casey Muratori's takedown of the latest bouncing balls language benchmark today, suggesting Fortran is faster than CM Prime stream today? Yeah. It was funny watching Prime. I think he could follow along. Anytime Casey comes on Prime stream, Prime is just like a deer caught in the headlights. And you can tell because he always says at least one thing that Casey's like, no, Prime, that's not really what I was saying. I was saying this other thing. And Prime goes like really quiet too, because he's like the kid, at the table when like dad shows up and goes like quiet, like wondering what dad's gonna say. I feel like learning game dev should be mandatory. Me too, Dandy. Yeah, because everybody can feel when a game is slow and hates it. Both websites are just expected to take 12 seconds to load a picture of a cat. Yeah, I think we've desensitized consumers. Yeah, the industry has been like essentially consumers were like, hey, why is this so stupid? And the tech industry was like, hey, it's the best we can do. Limitations in tech, whatever, insert reasons here. And consumers are like, okay, if you say so, I guess, here's my money. So we've kind of like beaten consumers over the head and told them that like there's no option aside from these. That was Chef's Kiss, yeah. Yeah, the Levenstein bench. Yeah, that was great. Watching that was great. Yeah, Casey's always good for stuff like that. Okay, so what is at 0 and 5 is over here and here. So we just want whatever is at 2 and 0, and we'll round this out. So it'd be think here. Let's see what happens. No, we have to pump it up just one like that. We should probably take this out. I don't know what I just did there. What did I just? Okay, I just moved it up. That's fine. Build it. Let's see what happens. Okay, and then 03, 04. So these have to be 1 and 2, and I bet that pretty much fills it up. It sure does. And then we'll just get the corner piece and then we'll just yeah. Okay. 11 Casey bounces. Prime's cool because he's not afraid to say I'm an idiot. Teach me what you know. I've not once heard Theo say he didn't know something. Yeah. Um I have different issues with Prime. I have different issues with Prime. But he can be like he can definitely have moments where he's really fun to watch. And he can give like some good advice on things and like he has good moments, don't get me wrong. Um but my issues with Prime are not the same as my issues with Theo, like Sergeant is saying, you know. Yeah, so like yes, this is the thing, is that's exactly right, Andy. When you put yourself in front of a camera and you start saying stuff, you take on a responsibility whether you like it or not. um I that includes like yeah, anybody. When you're saying that like you want to help you know, other programmers to learn things, yeah, you're taking on some responsibility. You sorry, but that everyone does. And there are people who take that responsibility more seriously in some ways and less seriously um in others. um so Theo and Prime like have their own way of offending that responsibility, if that makes sense. But they're different. They're different ways. Yeah, I've seen Tech Lead. Tech Lead is a weird. If you do a bit of if you spend a few weeks doing some research on the culture in I don't know, I can't, I don't know what to say, but he's just weird. Uh, I would not listen to anything Tech Lead has to say, even if he's right, simply because it's extremely dangerous. So if he says something wrong, which I think he does like all the time, don't like doing it either, which is why I try not to mention him by name to start. But it's difficult because he's doing at least equal damage as he is helping. Yeah, I hope he's all right. Yeah, I don't think he is. I think he's had a lot of different issues, and he takes it out on his streams. Tech Lead is weird. I can stop there. And Terry Davis moment, yeah, ran a crypto scam, then tried to delete the evidence. Yeah, he also pulled a few stunts in terms of copyright claims and stuff like that. Like Tech Lead is like easily not anyone you should look up to in any way, shape, or form, whether programming or otherwise. Like not at all. Like he's just I can't think of a good thing to say about him. You know, at least like Prime and Theo, I can pick things and be like, hey, like this was good, you know. You know, like you know, Theo has some good takes, you know, every once in a while, like he for sure. Prime is good in his own way too, you know. You know, positives and negatives, right? But but uh, unfortunately, they put themselves in the limelight. Like myself, I would expect people to scrutinize me as well. I scrutinize myself all the time. I'm a complete idiot all the damn time. I say stupid things all the time. So you know, I don't think people like that have a reason to complain if I say things like this. But Tech Lead is one of the one of the like I guess one of the few people where I'm like, there's nothing good I can say about him. It's just so strange. It's so bad. So I'm surprised he's not banned either. It's really really bad. Just like everything that comes out of his mouth is bad. I mostly don't watch any of the big streamers because most of them are super inexperienced. Don't do any real engineering. They're a bunch of React Andes. Yeah, so Theo for sure is like that. He's got a very myopic view. Um, and I think the sad part is that, like, he's got the brain to not have that view. Like he he can be a lot more intelligent. Um, and for just for whatever reason, he's just blocked in his brain, and he's just like, the term React Andy sounds suspiciously something like a Prime Andy would use. Yeah. Um, Prime has a different set of issues. Prime does jump around from language to language a lot, and he'll make claims, um, like, I don't know, like, Rust is amazing. He'll spend a year on Rust and then, like, dump it. Well, so how amazing was it to begin with? It's probably because you were just like, he follows trends a lot. That's not necessarily so bad, because at least you get like a different perspective on different things. And Prime will, like, he'll do fun stuff with different languages, and you'll get to see it, right? It's not necessarily a bad thing, um, but he's got different character flaws that make it difficult to trust him in some ways. I don't know what a Prime Andy is. A red pilled React Andy. React Andy is something XQC says a lot. That's probably where I got it from. Same, yeah. Theo strikes me as a narcissist. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Could be, could be. I could be a narcissist. It's hard to say, right? I think Casey can save Prime. It's our only hope. Nope, Casey cannot save Prime. I guarantee you, Casey cannot save Prime. As a matter of fact, I think Casey is unknowingly making the issues that I see in Prime even bigger, because you have the name Casey behind some of Prime's streams, and it gives more gravitas to Prime. Same with like Pirate Software did that. It just yeah. I think Casey's using Prime to reach the masses. For sure there's a part of that. Like, Casey wants to reach out to people and kind of like build bridges, which is completely commendable. Like, that's a good thing to do. We need someone like Casey who has like that name. Oh, Casey's on, right? Like, what does he have to say? And then people listen, and he gets on a bigger platform and people listen. That's a good thing. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just unfortunate, like that it's unfortunate that the people we have to reach the masses are people like that. Prime's indicated he invited Jay Blow on, but he's declined. Yeah, I um I know why. Think about what Jay Blow does accept, and then compare to what Jay Blow would have to accept. And it's mostly about uh um yeah, it's not hard to figure out. Yeah. Hey, Laugh, good to see you, man. Thanks for the lurk. Jay Blow's too busy. He's overwhelmed. He doesn't have time to screw around. He generally does interviews with Skilled or gives speeches to university students. That's part of it. You just have to. All you have to do is look up where Jay Blow does accept going on and talking about something, and then compare to like why he might not accept. And you can kind of infer the rest. Hey, what's up, Acker? Good to see you, man. It has been a while. It has definitely been a while. Ninju5, I missed your follow from like 30 minutes ago. I'm sorry. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Yeah. Stream volume is low. Is it really? I turned it up. Here, let me. I'll just turn it up a little bit more. I don't want to like go crazy and blow everybody's eardrums out. I'll just turn it up just a touch more, and then if it's still a bit too low, then we can just keep increasing it. A lower than average. Okay, let me go Let me go a little bit higher. Let's say I do. What if I did like this? Okay. How about that? Is that better? Getting that mic hawk too on that, yeah. Yeah. Speak a long sentence, please. Well, sometimes, you can see the interaction. I'm going to say something without saying who. But if you watch if you watch any particular streamer, but there is one in specific I'm thinking of. I won't say who. You kind of get a sense of like how the still the volume is low. Damn. Hang on. Okay, how about this? Or maybe, how about this? They're doing another monologue. That's right, Lem. That's right. It is. Thank you, folks. Thank you for helping me with that. Yeah, no, I completely agree. If you guys can't hear anything, then totally. Okay, so hopefully that's better. So yeah, so if you watch a particular streamer of any kind, you kind of get a sense of like what their underlying like motivations are in life. Like you can call it their belief system. And there are some people who have a belief system or an underlying motivation to do any particular thing. It's really clear. Like it's different between each person, obviously, because everyone's different. But you just have to watch a little bit, whatever they're talking about, and some key things that they know about that, like only certain types of people would know about with certain belief systems and whatnot. And when you get to that point where you're understanding the motivations behind someone, and then you continue watching them from like, now I understand their motivations onward, you can see that a lot of these people betray themselves in terms of character. Again, I'm not saying who, but there are people who just cannot help but to cave to the fact that they need to not stick to the things they believe in order to benefit from the spotlight. Let's put it that way. And it's really, really clear. It's so abundantly clear. And at that point, I go, well, if you're willing to betray your own character, like yourself, on stream while you're talking to someone else, and it's abundantly clear that you're like caving your own principles or your own motivations because it's the expedient thing to do in the moment, then why should I trust you for a damn other thing? And some people, it's like they can't even hide it. You just have to pay enough attention to it. I can't find this particular spot here. Is it 7.5? But that one is, so 7 is over here, and 5 is here. So I want to take what would it have been? It would have been 2 and 7. Let me just see if I can find that real quick while you guys are responding to what I just said. Aha, here. It'd be here. There we go. Now it's all rounded out. Yeah, way better. Good. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Acker. We all know who. Please don't be politically correct. Dude, it's your stream. You can be free. Don't listen to him. We own you. Do you know who? Who do you think it is, Ghost? Guys like Theo are tech leader scammers. Prime's not a scammer, but clown chasing views, money, good for entertainment. A Ghost nailed it. Yeah. Yeah, everyone at home is sleeping, so I'm kind of like relegated to this corner of the house. Yeah. Trying to be a bit quiet and not in my typical location. But yeah, Ghost nailed it. Yeah, and exactly who I was talking about. You can see the character betrayal. Um, and then I just can't trust someone like that. Um, it's like if you can betray yourself, then you can betray everyone else around you, including people who are watching you. And at that point, you're no longer trustworthy. It's one thing when someone like backstabs you. It's another thing when people are like, you can respect people who are just open, like, hey, I'm here because I'm like doing this or that or whatever, right? Freaking Ackerhorn. It's easiest way to stay consistent. Oh, I see what you're saying, Dandy. Yeah. Well, I had to set up on a different laptop with my OBS setup, so I didn't have the volumes right. Normally on my regular, like in my office area out there where everyone's like asleep, I have all the volumes. Yeah, it's a real word. Trust me. I trust you, Acker. Certainly can't trust someone that picks Go over Russ. That is one of his better decisions, though, Sergeant. Sorry to say, man. Gotta agree with Lem on that one. Made a good call there. Look, and I just want to be really clear. This isn't me just like I'm not just trying to pick on streamers to pick on them for gossip. Look, what I'm asking for generally is that a lot of things have to change in the industry. Like a lot, from like programming practices to hiring, like there's a lot of different things that have to change. In order for things like that to change, you need people who are strong-willed, not weak-minded. Because what if inevitably you're going to be asking for is for a few people to start like trying to make a wave of change, right? So you want to ask for some programmers to stand up and say like, hey, we need, this isn't a good way to continue doing what we've been doing. Whether it's hiring practices or like just reaching for whatever framework, or I don't know, not encouraging businesses to like tackle their security vulnerabilities more, like, whatever it is, you name it. It's not an easy thing to get up and go against like the status quo, essentially, right? And try and convince everyone around you and executives who pay your bills and things like that, and like you never know when your job's going to be at risk, things like that. Like you have to have like some level of strength in your character to be like, okay, I really truly believe that we have to say something, that we can do better, that it's not like a bad thing, that we can do better, it's a good thing, we just have to like push that way and stick to those guns and go for it. When you have people who influence hundreds of thousands of programmers, and the way that they influence is through weak character, it's through things like what, like I put it on my X today when Prime banned someone because they asked Prime not to put the Casey Moratori stuff behind a paywall, and Prime was just like, I've already talked about this, get banned. It's like, what exactly, what are you, kind of change are you encouraging, and who are these people that are being looked up to? And I'm definitely not someone that should be looked up to, and I should be under the same scrutiny as everyone else. And if somebody came here and called me a piece of shit, I'd be like, yeah, you're right, because I am. um eh, um like, but that means then that everyone else should be under that same scrutiny, and we need people to be okay with that and to have the backbone and character to speak up for the things that need to change in the industry. Because if we don't, then it's just status quo, and just things just get worse and worse. I need a confirmation, which is confirmed. Cloud. hang on, folks. This doesn't seem right. I'm gonna have to look at this. Let me see what's going on with chat here. So he'd stick with Rust because he deserves to suffer. I say that all of this is noise, both the good and the bad. It's all subjective. What needs to be done is bettering yourself and picking the select things from noise instead of just what you agree with. Yeah, Acker, I agree with you. I'm a little bit behind. Sorry, man. I agree with you. Oh, damn, hang on. I'm skipping ahead because I'm just reading. First of all, Just Dev Studios, I've been doing this for about 20 years, man. Thanks for the chat on YouTube. Feel free to ask questions. Adam, thanks for being here, man. Acker, I think a lot of people, this is part of the responsibility, and Adam is a person. So Adam Learns Live. Okay, if you're not following Adam Learns Live, you should be. Because Adam is a person who, like, when you watch Adam do his thing on his streams, he cares about chat, right? And there's a responsibility that you take. Adam is one. Travis is another. If I could give him a shout out, I would. When they talk to chat, it's like they're trying to be careful about what they're saying because they realize their responsibility. You can tell. It's really easy to tell. So it's fun to watch. It's not fun. It's not even just fun. It's like it's good to watch someone like Travis or Adam. Melky's the same. He cares about like what he says. He doesn't always get it right, but he cares, right? You can tell that. But the people we've been talking about thus far, they do not care. They're out. They're looking after. They have a different agenda, or they just don't see it. And maybe they would care if they could see it, but they're just not able to see it, which, it happens to all of us. We have blind spots, right? And so the problem is that when you're in front of hundreds or thousands or more people and you're saying things, you really, really, really have to be cognizant that what you say could have huge downwind, negative or positive consequences. And you can't control how other people respond to what you're saying. So it's a huge, huge responsibility. Huge responsibility. And I don't think enough streamers, at least in tech, because that's what we're focused on. I don't think enough streamers give consideration to the impacts of the things that they're suggesting or recommending or things like this. Because you just have to assume that your viewers are going to take everything you say as what it should be. Yeah, I'm fine with being behind a paywall if Casey gets 90%. Yeah, but it's better if it's not, because access is important. Yeah, more people should be seeing what Casey's up to. Yeah, you should catch him live. He's Adam is great. Grounding looks difficult. Yeah, that's right, Acker. Sergeant, I agree with all that completely. It's harmful. I can't imagine the poor schmucks that jumped on the Rust train blindly, only to have their favorite streamer turn around and say, nah, this ain't it, and it's all garbage, goes the way. I chose to explore Rust a bit over a year ago because I was curious. I like type systems, and I like the software that was coming from that community. But for those poor suckers that are making their decisions based on their favorite influencer, man, I feel sorry. Right. So yeah, thanks, Adam. I appreciate it. If you go on the YouTube side, you just replay it and just double time it. It won't take you long to catch up. Maybe from I don't know, 20 minutes ago or something, Adam. I appreciate it, man. And I don't know. I don't have a million people following, but feels that way. And nothing PrimeDAOs will take away. Okay, so Dandy, I think it's a dual-edged sword. Sergeant is right, but also you're right. So part of the problem is that viewers need to be responsible for themselves, right? How can you take the decision that a chatter or a viewer makes and be like, ha, it's Prime's fault, or ha, it's Theo's fault that so and so made this decision? You can't really say that, right? it has to, the blame lies on both. And it's much easier to assume that people are going to listen to the person that they're watching than it is to assume anything else. And what that means is the person behind the camera has to be far more aware of that responsibility, because there are going to be more people that listen to you than anything else that happens inside that interaction. So a large chunk of responsibility has to be on the person behind the camera. So if the person behind the camera is like, yeah, Rust is the way, and here's the way, like, I really like this. Well, no duh, a vast swath of people are going to be like, well, so-and-so does it, so we should do it. And then they push for that inside of their team or company. And then all of a sudden the streamer goes, oh yeah, no, it wasn't the way. I was just kind of like, BSing around because I just want to have fun in my stream. And then it's like, well, hang on. Like, we made entire business decisions based on what you were doing, and now you're telling us it's not the right way. There has to be some level of responsibility on both sides, right? Viewers have to be responsible, like people watching whatever have to be like, okay, like whatever, and so do the streamers. And I think streamers, there's a few of them that just don't care. They just don't see it that way. Thanks for the follows, people. But you know who you should be following? Spill Alerts. Yeah, it's true. I've been studying Florida for a long time. That's right. Thanks, Adam. FL is the first two letters of my last name. If you're getting influenced, that is a mentality. It is a mentality issue, but you have to understand that, like, a streamer is ultra responsible, because a viewer has a binary choice, but a streamer does not. A streamer cannot control what a viewer does. They take on the responsibility of whatever choices are made in mass. If you don't like that responsibility, don't get behind a camera. Learning anything is never a waste of time. Education and experience are the only way to get better, no matter who you watch or what people say. Look, Dandy, I think you're internalizing too much. You're taking what we're saying and you're internalizing it to yourself, and that's a common mistake that people make when, and just in general. You can't look at it from like, here's what I do, and so therefore generalization here. Just because that's the way you think does not mean that that's the way most people think. And all you have to do to prove that that's true is watch chat, and do nothing but exclusively watch chat on any one of any streamer, mine, Adam, Theo, Prime, etc. All you have to do is watch chat, and you will see that you stand out as someone who thinks the way you do pretty much by yourself. You watch chat long enough, and you'll see the difference. You can't internalize that and then make generalized statements out of that. Yeah, that's actually my last name, Lem. Yeah. A lot of kids are doomed. Yeah. Not his fault. The peak is too far beyond. I think I'm perfectly okay to lay the blame. I'm perfectly okay to lay some blame on some streamers when they do some stupid things, which I'm sure I have also done. And so therefore I also have to accept that responsibility. Yeah, they share responsibility. That's right. Most people you can blame. There's always going to be bad streamers about it. But if most people don't use their brains, you can't blame them. Hang on. Why can you not blame streamers? If most people don't use their brains when watching streamers, that increases the responsibility of streamers, not decreases. Why do they get a scapegoat? Because most most people don't use their brain when watching streamers. That's the opposite of what it should be. No, but Dandy, it's not so low on the totem pole, because because then what you do, like, used Rust, just kidding, is not low on a totem pole. An entire business, which means people's livelihoods, could be impacted by that because you were just joshing around, not taking your responsibilities seriously. Yeah, Akra, I agree with you. Like, it's both, right? Like, be careful what you watch and what you accept, and be careful what you say in front of a camera. Shut up, Acker. Is using COBOL, because if they don't use their brain, doesn't matter what one streamer does, they will find degenerate and emotionally attach themselves to it. Right? Okay, but Dandy, that doesn't mean that you get to go around and just like, well, then I guess I can just do, I can just do whatever I want. Prime doesn't have a responsibility to anyone who isn't paying him for his business advice. You are paying for him. Like, you do understand that, Dandy, right? Like, you're paying for him, even if you're not giving him subs or whatever. And same for me. There's ad revenue, right? Like, you are the product. So yes. You think Prime gets no money from your eyeballs? And YouTube is paying him to produce quality business advice for my business. Right. So, okay, this may be true, but you may not be exchanging your money into his hands, but your eyeballs are. He's doing his job just to get clicks. Right. That does not absolve him of responsibility. Again, I think, Dandy, you're internalizing because you see things like a particular way and you're like, well, I don't fall for this trap. And it's pretty clear that he has to do particular things. And so therefore, these are completely reasonable standpoints for me to make. That's not the case for most people. You cannot represent your internalization of how your viewpoint is to most people. And the proof is, watch how most people interact with him and how he interacts with most people. Your statements are not representative of the generalizations in either regard. Yeah, ad revenue exists. Yeah. Pretty sure my eyeballs don't have a wallet, so check me. I mean, it's true, Adam, not yet, but AI will solve that, right, Adam? He's doing his job, but just to get clicks. Yeah, conflating legal responsibility with social responsibility. Sure, yeah, it would be, yeah, it's social responsibility. The problem then is educating these people that that's how they make money, rather than blaming the YouTuber for making money. No, I don't. I actually, so like, I agree with you, Dandy, but I also disagree with you. Watch what Travis does and watch what Adam does. If you go to Travis's stream or you go to Adam's stream and you come back and you tell me they're there to entertain, then you're not picking up what they're putting down. And yet both of them make money. The difference is that there are other people who do not represent what they're actually doing properly. So here's an example. You could never go to Adam Learn's live stream and be like, oh, clearly he's an entertainer. That's how he makes his money. It's like, no, he makes games. And on occasion you get something like, extremely entertaining or whatever, things like that. Like Adam has plenty of moments where he makes me laugh, or, he has a good time or something, right? But he's there to make games, and he doesn't hide that. So the gravy on top is, hey, every once in a while we get to have an entertaining moment. We get to like fool around, or like he adds like a funny thing in the game or whatever. Same with Travis. But it's the exact opposite with other streamers. and they hide that from you, right? And so they come across as educational, but really what they're doing, their goal is something different, and it's hidden from you. Maybe I am internalizing it. Right. Yes, I am a streamer and I feel obligated to my viewers, and so every streamer should feel an obligation. You might think it's not true. I do think it is true. I think every streamer does have that obligation. We can disagree on that. That's fine. But you also have to remember that I am also a viewer. I am not just a streamer. I am also a viewer. As a serious piece of input, I make incredibly little money, so I don't consider myself a traditional influencer. If I were to try to make money streaming, I'd probably have to compromise some of the qualities of my stream. Right, and Adam, if you had to make money streaming, would it be a stretch to say that you might have to compromise the things that you would like to kind of put out there as part of your character on stream in order to make money off streaming? Like, wouldn't you have to kind of essentially go against the grain of who you might be naturally? Agree with you, of course. I think maximizing profits at the expense of quality information, but the vast majority is made not for quality. Anyone has been sorely misled. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree with you, Dandy. I really do. Honestly, I think we like massively agree. I just don't think that excuses streamers. I think it actually increases streamer responsibility, not decreases. Some content dresses itself up as altruism. Yeah, just watch Prime, Theo, Pirate Software. Watch them and see how they represent some of their views. You will see that there are times where they represent their like entertaining views as like, I don't know, altruistic views, or like this is the way it should be done views. They do it. I think I'd have to put on some airs because of the space I'm in. Right. If I were a pro LOL or something, then I could probably just do my thing. Right. That's right, Adam. Yeah. I think it would be a different dynamic. Right. It's not a problem with Prime. It's a problem with society or social media or capitalism. You can't blame Prime. Dandy, if you can't blame any particular person, like you can always point to generalizations and say that's the problem. You can always do that. And then the problem with that is that it always excuses the group. Because everyone can point to a generalization and go, that's the problem. It's not my problem. It's the generalization that's the problem. Like, you have to point to something and say, okay, here's an example of like the actual problem. Like, society's screwed, so you might as well just all be like degenerate scumbags, and we might as well just like 404 each other all the time because society's screwed. But then when someone 404s themselves, they can go in front of a judge and go, oh, but society's screwed. I 404'd a person because society's screwed anyways. Everybody's 404ing each other. So, like, don't blame me. Also, another consideration about the tech influencer space is that you can usually make a boatload more money by just staying in big tech. That's right, Adam. Yeah. Adam knows what he's talking about. Yeah. He sees it. And that's exactly right. Rust was huge. If you just look over what some of these people do over time, you can see they ride the waves, right? You have to catch those waves. You can see the changes in opinions. Not even 2 weeks ago, Prime was like, I don't like Zig. I don't like the story around Zig. I think those were his exact words. And just today with Casey, he was considering doing a year of Zig. What changed? He's riding a wave. Right? There's a big tech wave that you have to you have to consider if you're going to make a thing of it. And for someone like like Prime and Theo, when you have to make money because that's your thing, you you don't really have like you know, you're not like a regular Joe schmuck anymore, like like you and I. Um, then you have to do what you have to do, right? Prime has a family too. You know, he cares about them. Clearly, he wants to be successful so he can pay the bills and stuff, just like everyone else. You know, I guess what I should have said is that you can blame Prime as long as you acknowledge he's not the creator. He's a participant. Yes. Okay. Yes. It's yeah, Dandy. I completely agree with you. Um, Prime has specificities that I can point to that I don't like. Like I do think he betrays his own character a lot, which makes me very it makes me unable to trust him just as a person. It's really really clear that he betrays himself all the time. You just have to watch long enough and know it's so obvious. Um, but there is a bigger thing that is a problem, like 100%. And Prime is playing the game, and he's successful at it. He's good at it. That's fine. I don't want to play that game. Someone like Adam gets what that game is. He and you know Adam and Travis play a different game because like they have different goals, which I wish there were more people like that. That's what we need in this industry. We don't need more entertainers. We don't need more people who are willing to betray who they really are in order to, you know, get the eyeballs and get those deals, you know, and the whatever the advertisers or whatever. Like that's not what we need. There's plenty of money to be made by um, having better incentives, personally and outwardly. Uh, yeah, yeah. Ghost TTY released. That's why Prime is a good card. Theo, on the other hand, you know, I don't think Theo's a bad person either. That's the thing, right? I don't think Theo's a bad person. Like I don't, like I said, I don't think Theo drowns puppies in his spare time. You know, I don't think that. Um, yeah, like you know, maybe they do. I have no freaking clue, but that's not what I think. They just yeah, different goals, right? Streamers aren't real devs anyways. They're just entertainers, sometimes dev. Hey Sabby, good to see you. Hey Code Void, how you doing? Good to see you. There's at least a 20% chance Theo drowns puppies, yeah. He lies on stream to promote his own stack. I mean, are we sure we've only seen Theo cats, never puppies, yeah. You're good? Good stuff, Code, yeah. What is happening here? Oh, we're just gossiping about streamers. Just no big deal. You know, the thing that you're not supposed to do in the streaming space. You know, it's I'm definitely I'm on a blacklist, I can tell you that much. I mean the code, oh. uh I'm why blue cuz I can't deal with a lot of colors. This is the best. Um the best I can come up with. So I don't have any color coding or anything because my brain breaks when I do that. I'm writing C, compiling to WebAssembly, um, rendering a video game on the browser using Vanilla.js and CSS. So there's no standard library. I'm not using structs or pointers. Flat arrays the whole way in C. Vanilla.js, vanilla CSS, no frameworks, no libraries, no Canvas, no WebGL, no WebGPU, nothing like that. So here, so this is the game just rendered with div elements because the DOM ain't slow. And then, oh no, I created a button for this. That's right. And then we've got CSS 3D in case we want to do 3D. Adam might get a kick out of that. I don't know if he's watching anymore, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Just pure vanilla CSS 3D. You know, there's still some work to do on 3D. You can even have a little battle system that I've been working on. Move for sure. Yeah, that's yeah. The blacklist is the list you want to be on. Yeah. Use green. Yeah. Try to make a comment about a certain stream without mentioning names. I'm sorry. Let's Bird of War drink the whole bowl. Yes, Sergeant. I know. Look, ultimately at the end of the day, I'm not trash talking other streamers because I want to just trash talk them. I just really care about like programming. I think it's like a fun, great space, and I'm really saddened by where we are these days with programming, and I just wish that other people cared more. Like the chat that I have right now, it's clear that a lot of you really care, but I don't think we represent the majority, right? And so I just want to like I want us to care more because I think we can do a lot better. I think we could have an unrecognizable tech industry from what we have today. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, Code Void. I love C as well. Yeah. I don't know. I prefer serious tech content. I don't mind the memes and clickbait. It's just part of the internet culture. People fall for the trap. I guess they weren't born for the internet. I mean, you absolutely have a point, Dandy. How do you do 3D CSS? It's like a team style render. Oh, thanks, Adam. I appreciate it. Yeah. To hear from Adam, good job. That makes me feel good. I appreciate that, Adam. That's nice of you to say. 3D CSS, it's literally just like if you just look up CSS 3D on Google, you'll see all kinds of tutorials for it. But essentially what you do is you just use CSS transforms. So if you I'll show you, not here, over here. There it has like a rotate X, Y, and Z with a perspective, so you could do like orthographic or whatever. And you just like rotate things around, and because they're all div elements, you can pick individual div elements or the entire viewport or both, and just like rotate things around in 3D. So I can literally just go and toggle it on and toggle it off. And so like the whole point, like this is the kind of the whole point of like why I started streaming a year and some months ago, is because I think that the tech industry has left a lot on the table in terms of how far you can push really simple things. So if high school dropout over here used to be homeless, can teach himself to do really simple things in vanilla C without like not even a standard lib, no frameworks, nothing like that, and I can push a video game on the browser to run like this in this way, then I'm just trying to demonstrate that like we have no idea the amount of power that we're capable of doing. I'm not recommending you do this. I'm doing it on principle. That makes sense. It's the principle of the matter. Dandy, I think the read between the lines summary of Spiro's rant is that Spiro loves tech and loves his viewers and wants everyone to succeed, and that the memes and clickbait aren't helping that cause. Yeah, Dandy. Yeah, actually that's really great. I may steal that from you, Dandy. That's actually a really good summary. Yes, that is exactly right. I appreciate the back and forth. You're an insanely talented and respectful debater in the most fun way. Thanks, Dandy. I appreciate that. That is cool. Thanks, Code. Yeah. I think it's cool too. It's been fun. I've learned like a hell of a lot of stuff. It's cheating. You have to write it in OpenGL. Yeah. Yeah. Back in the day when they were like only a few hundred people, maybe, but they were dev streams. Yeah. I'm living in a ship. Yeah, I'm in a particular portion of the house where like everyone else is asleep. I don't normally stream here. I have like an office that's like nice and everything, but today I have to stream like this. Whatever ending you have planned for the game, scrap it instead. The player. Oh damn! I haven't even finished reading Adam's sentence here. I already like where this is going. Hang on. I haven't finished reading the rest of it. I swear. Okay, whatever ending you have planned for the game, scrap it immediately. All right, okay. Instead, the player should think that the game ends. Okay. But then the game enters 3D mode, and you find out that there were infinite parallel universes and that nothing you did mattered. Adam. Just like real talk honest. You are shockingly close to the idea I had. I have told not a single person some of the ideas that I have for this game, because just like the languages that I'm using and the methods that I'm using to build the game, there are game mechanics that I think could push the boundaries of what games are these days, even in like a 2D/3D type thing. Nobody knows my ideas. You have come shockingly close to a general premise. I'm extremely impressed. It's not 100%, okay? But it's a variation on your take. Um yeah, brother. Yeah. I live C without SCL for some things, yeah. Yeah. Sipping from vodka mug. It's not vodka. It's cheating. Write your own OS network driver. Yeah, just do the whole thing. He has no ending plan. I do. Yeah. Uh, um. Wait, you do PHP? I do. Yeah, I do a lot of PHP. I have entire PHP streams on my YouTube. What color is my Lambo? Right? Yeah. You can go back and see on the live streams in particular. I do lots of PHP and HTMX. I've interviewed Carson, creator of HTMX. I have, I am the lead HTMX CEO. I'm not just an HTMX CEO. I'm the lead HTMX CEO. So yeah, yeah, try to help the people. Thanks. Hey AR, how's it going, man? I may have to reset you as you know too much about the real world. Yeah, clip this. You can sue in a couple of years. Oh, freaking Adam. Yeah. Is this real or parody? What you talking about, Lem? What you talking about? Yeah, good to see you, AR. It's been a while. How you doing, Dead Robot? What's up, Crash? What's HTMX? You don't know what HTMX is? Bro. HTMX. It's basically an extremely simple way to swap portions of the web page for of a web page for updated portions of that like updated of the updated portions of the same thing on a web page. So it's interactivity, but you just all you do is you just ask the server for some new HTML. That's it. That's it. There's no framework. You don't take over an entire page. You don't do, it's not a single page app. You can do as little or as much of it as you want. It's just, do you want this element to be swapped with like an updated version of the element? Sure, here you go. That's it. Yeah, I know, right? Not a good sign. Yeah. I've only used JS and HTML vanilla. Yeah, that's fine. Honestly, if you know vanilla HTML and JS, you're good to go. You can do HTMX yourself. Think about it this way. It's a fetch or an XML HTTP request that literally just says, I'm going to submit the form, and then you're going to return to me some updated HTML for this form, except you can do that for anything. It doesn't have to be a form. It could be a single element. It could be a section of elements, whatever you want. That's really all it is. You don't need HTMX. That's the thing, like with React, like if you're going to do React, you need React, right? HTMX is just a simplified way to just swap stuff dynamically. Yeah, well, I didn't get to call it, Dandy. It's not my thing. For some reason, my queue becomes room temperature once I see HTML, CSS. Yeah, me for a lot of people, that's, yeah, I get it. I've been trying to make a simple React like lib for C. Yeah, screw React. I agree. Mine is doing Kelvin. Damn it, Adam. Are you the CEO? No, I'm the lead CEO. The thing about HTMX is that almost everyone is a CEO. CEOs of HTMX. I think it's this. Yeah. So literally all you do is you go on X and you asked see, here we go. We were just talking about him, weren't we? You asked to be the CEO of HTMX, and there you go. You get added to the list. So, yeah. There's C-suite of CEOs above you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I lead all of these CEOs. Yes. Yeah. That's right. That's right. So when I'm doing this stuff, it's because of my amazing CEO, HTMX CEO skills and prowess that I can even do this stuff. Running on a browser. That's right. Bow before me. Prime is the lead CEO. I don't know. Yeah, Bad Cop's in there. Jeez. Yeah. Okay. I was just gonna try and figure something out real quick here. Something doesn't make sense. Scene Bank. I did something weird, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I didn't. Scene Bank loan. Yeah, okay. My eyes are failing me. I suppose at the ripe old age of 40. You wake up in the morning and stare death in the eyes, and then you're like, is today the day, Death? And Death is like, can't tell you that, brother. Not till it happens. And then your eyesight starts to go, and you're like, is this it, Death? And Death is like, can't tell you that, brother. Not till it happens. Okay. Okay. So I've got if there's one thing, it's to milk your audience. I just want to repeat what Adam said. All right, gotta get going. Remember, everyone, if there's one thing we've learned from this stream, it's to milk your audience for all the dollar signs they're worth. Thanks for the lesson, Spiro. Buy all. Cactus with chip, Mexican chip hat on top. Thanks, Adam. I appreciate you, man. You're awesome. Thanks for being here. By the way, everyone, make sure to like and subscribe and hit me with those subs. Make sure to support me. Don't go check out Adam's stream. Just, I need to support more. I'm an aspiring programmer over here. Check out the merch. Yeah. Who's that? Adam Learns Live on Twitch. Yeah. He was just talking right there. Thanks, Adam. I appreciate it. Yeah, I should give a shout out to Travis as well, because he's Adam and Travis are like a top tier watches. Honestly, if you don't want, you were kidding. Damn it, AR, you got me. If you want to watch people who you are honestly going to learn from, and I mean this seriously, they want to teach you something. They want to help you out to learn something. They're not brain dead like. Yeah, entertainers, you know who I'm talking about. They actually like want to talk about like interesting things, and you watch them through a process of what it's really like to accomplish something. Go watch Travis. Go watch Adam Learns Live. Honestly, like I learned so much from watching them. It's so much fun. Son of freaking chat. What the hell? I suppose cactus is a reference to me. That's offensive. I'm offended. Great job. Love it. Sweet. We blame Spiro for Adam's next stream where he rewrites his entire game in Zig because devs not using Zig are going to be replaced by AI. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. If you want to learn on Twitch, find the salty guy teaching it. That's true. It's true. So true. You guys are learning. I'm glad. I'm glad. Yeah. Instant 5,000 plus viewers. Yeah, it's just instant. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Listen. Let's. How about we like some positive talk? Yeah. So how about like sometimes we're like some of the streamers we've talked about have been extremely entertaining. How about that? You know, it's not always bad to be entertaining. It can be good. It can be a good thing. He's doing C. Yeah, you didn't know, Crash? Yeah. Yeah, C. And I'm not even using, I'm no structs, no pointers, flat arrays everywhere. Compiled to WebAssembly. Hardcore mode. Let me just think this out for a second. If I go over here and then I go up to the bank teller who happens to be OCaml, and then I go, I want to deposit, and I want to deposit like $200. Okay, I want to confirm. Are you sure you want to deposit? Yes. Okay, thank you for, okay. But when I do deposit again, I need to update the text to show anything you've already, okay, I got to do that so you know how much you have. And then I think this is the loan that I'm at right here. Yeah, loan. And if I ask for a loan, I cannot, I don't want to ask for a loan. Okay, this first of all is the wrong string. I also, if loan already taken, shouldn't make it here, I guess. Let me just have a look at that while chat's going. Just a sec, chat. Where the heck is my loan choice? Yeah, by the way, there's crypto mining in this game. Here, to do if loan already taken, don't do anything. I mine on your machines, just so you know. Spiro's mom is highly entertaining. I mean, if you know the backstory behind my mom and I, have fun. I don't care. You're writing the actual engine, not just using something like Godot. Yeah. So the C code here is the game state, and you can think of the game state as really just a series of like, it's just a set of inputs and outputs, mostly outputs. No, sorry. Yeah, well, no, inputs and outputs. There's a considerable amount of both, but it's like it's numerical on basis. It does it's independent of. Think of it like a server. It's independent of the client. The client is the browser. So I'm using the browser to render the game, but it's reaching into WebAssembly, which is the C code, and asking for the state of the game. So it will do things like tell me what's in like position 00, 01, 02, 03, 04, and the WebAssembly will say it'll shoot back an integer value. It says like this is what's in this position. WebAssembly see what you're seeing on screen, does not care what that means from like a representative point of view. It's just going to shoot you a number, and it's up to the client to decide what that means in terms of the visual. So on the browser, you know, you could represent it, or you could represent any particular value any way you want. You might change it on desktop. If you do OpenGL, you might want a different set of assets. You could do like, it's easy to do mods for this. The viewport is automatically adjusted. So when you ask WebAssembly what's in this position or whatever, it will automatically translate like your camera offsets and things like that. But again, those are all numbers, right? So the client can be anything you want. It could even be text-based. It could be like the old school MUD games. And you just run the same C code or WebAssembly code, and it's the same game state, and all the business logic of running the game state is all inside of that. Hopefully that makes sense. Mineware like shareware, but you pay the programmer by letting them mine on unused resources. Yeah, I fell off, didn't I? Crypto mining. Luck, you know, I have to make money off you guys somehow, right? And Lord knows I ain't no Prime. Lord knows I ain't no Theo. So crypto mining in on the browser it is. Tough luck. Tough luck, suckers. Okay, if loans already taken don't do anything. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay, so we can take this out. Okay, so we'll do the loan stuff in a bit. We can do withdrawals in a bit. That's fine. We have a shipyard where you can create your ships. We have an innkeeper. We've got the blacksmith for weapons and armor. We have to do the goods for trading and quests. And then a cafe. Hey, Hanson, what you want? Okay, I think I need a time-based system. I think I need to do two things. I need to probably I can't exit, huh? I probably need to build out a bit more of the map. Sweet, this is still working. I'm so glad. I was worried. Okay. Okay, this is all working. Yeah. So you can fire cannons at a ship, or if you go up right beside it, you can board it and then do a crew to crew attack. Yeah, it's all working. Okay, I have not broken that. Also, is it just me or did I somehow manage to flukishly include a shadow for the cannons? If I do this, haha, there is a shadow. How the heck did I do that? Is that in my atlas? Must be in my atlas. What I meant to say is that I knew what I was doing, and the shadow was on purpose because I'm smart. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I sort of need to consider now what my map starts to look like. I probably have to fix this stupid atlas. It's all artwork, which I suck at. The other thing I need to do is loading worlds. If I go over to here, I have a generate world thing. I need to... Okay, how would that work? I would generate the world, which I already do as part of like the start of the game. Then you'd have to go, well, at some point you're going to trigger a new world, like the world of like the interior of a house. That's a world. It's just a terminology thing. So you have to offload everything that's running in the current world. Let me go down here, and I think probably at the end here, what I should do is write a note. When offloading existing worlds, you must clear out world NPC data. That's one thing you got to do. Inventories per NPC. What else? General items, layer data, global world data, and layer data. I don't think layer data has anything. Layer data, we'll have to check that. Global world data absolutely needs to be cleared out. Okay, and so that paves the way. Then you're free to load a new world. Okay. So we'll have to set up something that triggers that. And I think I already have entities. And an entity can be invisible. Yeah, I have entities. That's right. But are they associated to just NPCs? That's not really what I want. Yeah, here, I want like an actual entity. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna have to be a... Okay, so an actual entity is not necessarily tied to anything. And the reason why you don't want an entity to be associated to anything off the bat is because sometimes you do just want an entity that it's just like a nothing, but it stands in place for like triggering events, which is what I'm trying to do in my case. So I suppose what I'd have to do is take this and create an array of entities when I load up my world, and then fill in the values here. To be interactable, blockable, interaction on step over. Right. So I have like, is it interactable, and what is the interaction type? So in the case that I want to have here, it would be on step over. So you'd like, well, is it step over, or is it just like you walk up to the door of a building, interact with the door? Okay, it's fine either way. That's a small thing. Just as long as I have a way to get entities into the world. Then what I could do is like a debug mode with some CSS where I can render entities if I'm in debug mode. So let me go look at what's world NPC data. Do I have world NPC? Do I have world entity data? I don't think I do. I just have like global entities, which are base entities. Okay, so now the question is, is the global entity data enough? The reason why I have world NPC data is if I load an NPC into the world, it's probably based off of a global NPC. It probably inherits from a global NPC. And so I have world NPC, and then I have global NPCs. Global NPCs are like initial NPC structures for all the base types of NPCs. Global entities, I suppose, should stay global, and I suppose in some cases you'd want specific ones based on where you're at in the game, and they should only live in the world that they're loaded into. I'm just trying to decide if I need to create that bifurcation. Hey, Laugh. We can fix the names. How about is solid, is blockable sound super ambiguous? Is it really is blockable? Is that really what I had? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Are global and local entities the same structurally? Structurally, yes. They just differ in terms of, yeah, they have the same fields. Yeah. They do. Yeah. They just differ as to like what the field values would be. I think for entities it might be okay to just have global ones. I don't I'm having a hard time coming up with a reason why you'd have like a local entity that inherits from a global entity that is so fun, like so necessarily different. But keeping it one list, having an is persistent flag. Right. Or I can assume persistence until I don't want persistence. Something like that. Like it doesn't have to be um yeah. Because for right now, most things would be persistent, but then I can make them not persistent after. I just add the attribute after. Okay, that's fine. So I'll make some global entities, or I'll start with one here, and then the issue becomes placing it, because what I have to do, I have to place it somewhere in the world, and then when I like step over that position in the world, it triggers something. And I suppose yeah, I suppose it's okay to do like and then what was your suggestion? They tick like regular ones, then a single list is probably simpler, or a set of lists, however you organize it. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Yeah, let's change this too. You're right about this. Is solid. I also typoed here. Position. Okay, so we'll just assume that sometimes some entities will live in a world. I'm trying to think if there's a case where an entity wouldn't live in any world, would just exist. It's okay. Well, yeah, we can cross that bridge when we get there. It's really not that hard to slice these up. It's just arrays. So as long as the general structure is fine and we can reference it, it's really not the end of the world. Has collision works too, but is solid-ish. Yeah, I like is solid. Yeah. All right. So then let's assume for a moment, not this. That's the end of that. Okay, I'm going to keep this up, and then I'm going to go over to, whoops. Okay. And then if I were to add in down here, I would want to add in an entity. And so what I would do is I'd go 32 entity data. Oh, actually, I created a type def for this, so I should start changing these. Let me just entity data. And then I think I have a clear function and then a create function. Yeah, clear data. Entity data, and it's going to be entity data size. Okay, so we're going to set the Sentinel value and everything for it by default. That's what it is. So this function is a macro that just iterates over the entire array and sets all the elements in the array to a Sentinel value. So we know that this is a default set of values. And then we can fill in our value, our specific values. So entity data, entity name ID, and it's going to be, we'll have to create this string, but it's going to be called something like load test world, probably like that. And we can leave the default values whatever they are, but we want to set is interactable to true, and we want to do interaction on step over to true as well. Whoops. That means that the character, the player has to step over it in order to trigger it. I don't actually want this, but I should test it, so I might as well build it out and make sure it works. And then we'll put the position. This is where things get a little bit tricky. What we'd have to do is set the entity world position X. Let's just quickly figure out. We could do like, let's see what, right about here, I guess. We could do an 8 by 8. 8. 8. So it'd be there. It would be invisible for all intents and purposes. And then we'd have to go create entity using entity data. And from there, I want to make sure that I have my macro right. It'd be create underscore hash. And so here it is. And we just need to go find entity, and it would be global. Yeah, there we go. So we'd create a global entity. Okay. Perfect. We are not clearing this properly. It's not properly proper. What should actually be happening is we should be yeah, we should be initializing it. No, wait. We want to create it when the world is loaded. We want to free it when the world is unloaded. So we probably just want to keep track of it. That's probably what we want to do. So create entity. And like, I guess an entity ID. We'll just kind of fake it out. So when we create an entity, we return, and we add it to the global data, we return the ID. So entity ID is equal to that. And so then what we would do is clear entity by ID when we offload world. Okay, now Now the next problem is that I want to see this entity kind of like in a debug mode. We can assume debug mode for now. We'd have to go to get viewport value at coordinates. And just like we check the NPC data here, we need to do the same thing. But entities don't exist in any layer. NPCs do. Background tiles do. Buildings do. The ocean does. Trees do. They all exist in a layer. Entities don't. So if you're asking the WebAssembly what lives here at this coordinate using this layer, it's not going to do a thing. Unless we give it a layer. So if we're going to give it a layer, which is fine, we can copy the NPC layer. Where is the NPC layer? Where are you? It's world data. It's layer 2. Am I just auto-gen? Okay, here we go. Here we go. NPC layer. So we have to take all this stuff all the way up to right here. Like this. Take all this and we create a new layer called entity layer. And that's where everybody goes in. Entity layer. Matches world size, width and height. Not a block layer. Data offset, we create the layer. We increment the total number of layers in the world, and then we clear it, and that's it. Why is layer data an array instead of a struct? Because I'm using no structs and no pointers, Dandy. I'm going extremely out of my way to avoid using any structs or any pointers at all, period. Why? Because they're fundamentally not any different than a flat array. A struct is essentially just for it's mostly a subjective, if not fully a subjective thing. It's about readability. When it actually gets compiled and run on, let's say, your CPU, it's essentially flattened out into arrays of data. So because the principle on my stream is how far can we push extremely simple things to prove that it can be done, that you don't need to have these things in order to push things push simpler things really far. I'm just skipping the entirety of a struct because the only real argument for it is readability. It's not to say that it's bad. It's not a bad thing to use a struct or anything like that. I'm trying to. I have certain principles that I want to keep for this project, right? What is a layer data an array of? It's mixed types. Nope, it's not mixed types. It's all U32. Um, yeah, it's all just U32. It's straight up integers. That's it. And then those sometimes those integers reference other arrays, other indices of other arrays, but that's it. So it's the same thing you would do with a struct. It's the same thing that fundamentally happens with a struct. Let's put it that way. When you actually look at what gets compiled and how it runs, it's arrays. It's just arrays of data everywhere. So yeah. So again, just to be clear, like I'm not saying like, oh, structs are bad. You should never use structs, or whatever. Um, it's just that I have like there's a principle to the stream, right? I sit up here and I complain about like all kinds of stuff. Programmers need to be better. Streamers need to be better. Blah 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 blah. So I'm trying to like lead also by example and show that I'm willing to put myself through some really difficult things to kind of like prove the point as much as I can prove the point. We'll see how far I get with it. So far, it feels like it's actually working out really well. I actually don't need structs right now. They absolutely would make the code more readable. But if you're just like, just go a little bit slower, you can work with it. It's fine. Fun constraint, yeah. I mean, for me, maybe not for a lot of other people, which is also understandable. I think the main advantage to a struct is that you can pass it around. You pass the struct around, but really what you're doing is you're passing. It's the same thing. You're passing like a position in memory with a length. That's your struct. So it's no different than passing an index around to an array with a length. It's pretty much the same thing. A struct is just sugar for pointer arithmetic. I think Laugh just kind of said what I said. Yeah. You can pass structs by default and see by value. Right, but because structs are because what'll happen is that a struct is it's put into a value, right, which is the same thing as putting in a block of like a portion of a flat array. It can be passed around by value, and so like what Laugh is saying, it's pointer arithmetic, which is the value is the underlying principle behind that passing is you point to a location in an array in your like hardware architecture, usually your CPU, and you say this is where the data starts and the length of the data. It's more efficient because the structs members will be loaded directly into CPU registers rather than having the indirection or double indirection of reading multiple properties from an array. How are structs members loaded directly into CPU registers? That is individual values. That's exactly what exactly what would happen with an array. I don't think there's any indirection. Like you have to think about it, that's what it looks like from a higher perspective, right? It's like the structs members are loaded directly into CPU registers, but so are our array values. There's always an indirection with an array. What indirection is there? I'm not aware of any indirection. You have the address of the array, then an index offset from that address. Right, but fundamentally, it's laid out in the CPU register the exact same way. Whether it's a struct member or array values, it's all the same. The struct like a vector 2xy, the x and y can be passed by value as if there were explicit parameters. Yeah, there's no extra memory read because they're already in registers. Okay, so hang on. So I guess let's assume just for a moment that, because I'm probably ignorant on this, but let's assume for a moment that it's true. Would you say then that reading reading structs members from the CPU is faster than reading an array of the same set of values? Like which would be faster? Not saying this matters for performance. No, like yeah, no, I get it, Dandy. But I'm asking about I am asking about the performance because it kind of leads into um how the CPU lays out the memory for a struct versus an array. If you have a small struct passed by value, it can be exactly the same as passing two integers to a function as arguments, where the arguments are directly stored in the CPU registers during the call. Yeah, but we're talking about arrays, right? I don't think we're talking about two integers as argument functions. You have an array, the address of the start of the array is in the register, and you have to then read from that address to see what the value is. So okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, if you have vector 2xy, so it's a mem-read, an indirection, or a potential cache miss. Okay, so if you have vector 2xy, the x and the y are directly accessed. Whereas if you have an array of length 2, then you'd have to go beginning of array plus however many steps down the array to get to x and y. It's actually two potential cache misses because you need to retrieve the array address into the register, then load the memory from the array's offset. All structs live on the stack. Talking about one vector struct. Typically, you process an array of vectors and you do same reads. Sorry to sidetrack. I was curious. It's a cool experiment either way. No, it's okay. Because it's good. It's good. It's all good. So it could be passed in as part of the registers of the CPU, as long as it's, I suppose, as long as it's small enough, that makes sense. And then with an array, you fetch the address of the array. Except that I don't see how, okay. I guess there might be like a very specific thing I'm thinking of here. And that's the whole thing that Odin doesn't make you switch back because of the principle. That's whole thing that Odin does that made you switch back for this one project because of the principle. I don't follow that sentence. I'm sorry, Laugh. I was thinking like, okay, my arrays are, let me just, they're static. Like, I don't see how you can do a cache miss on on a static array that like it's set and never changed. I'm not sure how a cache miss can happen there, because it never changes. That might be why my brain is having a hard time comprehending this. Like it might be that you're right, but the nature of which I'm using it doesn't, it maybe doesn't fit into this paradigm. Cache is a fixed size, quite small FMB, and shared by process every process running your PC. Right? Yeah. The proc arguments are copied or passed via a pointer when you don't explicitly specify pointer. It is up to the compiler based on its size. Okay. That does make sense. I didn't know that, but it makes sense. Yeah. I would imagine that having a flat static array that does not act, that never changes size, it's never removed or regenerated, it should never have a cache miss. It's consistent. Right? Having a static array removes all the overhead of heap allocations, but it has no cache benefit other than it's a contiguous array. Okay, so what would be, okay, let me try this from a different angle. What would be a guaranteed way to avoid cache misses? Because you have no idea it's passing, you don't really care. Yeah. Right. You don't care how it's passed in. That's right. But in my case, I would rather avoid potential cache misses. That's why I'm avoiding using pointers. But also I was saying registers, which is even lower than cache. The literal CPU register can hold small values like 8 or 16 integers, so it's even better than not having cache miss, but still needing to go out to cache. Yeah, that's why you went back to C for this one part. Right, because on this project, what I'm trying to do is eliminate the possibility of cache misses entirely. So whatever that looks like. And I thought structs, like, I think I see what you're saying, Laugh. Yeah, because I thought structs were laid out differently. Not that necessarily they were going to suffer from cache misses or whatever. I mostly did that because it's just like it's a subjective. It felt like a subjective readability thing as opposed to anything else. Lots of cases where you need indirection because you don't want to hold a pointer directly to an entity. It might die and invalidate the pointer. Yes, I don't. But if you use arrays, then every single use of any property is an indirection or many. Okay. Okay, so how would I avoid? It's not true because you can put it in variables. Wouldn't that be the same though, Ghost? The main cache benefit to an array is when you iterate that array from start to end in a tight loop. You can pass in FRX, right? Doing random access in the arrays, it doesn't help you. Yeah, so the answer to my question is there's no way to avoid it. There's no way to avoid potential cache misses with data that I want to store. Static, consistent data, like because if I'm screwed one way or another, then it's not nearly as good as accessing the array from start to end in a loop. Yeah, okay. Still an array in memory. It just removes overhead of calling out to us for heap. I mean, which isn't a bad thing. Like it's fine. But it sounds like I don't really have a way. No, it's a great thing. Yeah, I figured. I figured it was like I figured it was at least not bad. But I'm just trying to like I want to avoid. I want to make it like I want to start with like it's impossible to have a cache miss. That's where I want to start with. That's why I removed pointers. So I can't do like pointer functions, for example. Like just no opportunity for a cache miss. It's impossible to not have a cache miss. Interesting. Okay. Unless you're not running an operating system. Yeah. Wouldn't that be interesting? I mean, let's not go down that road. Because the cache is shared by everyone. Right. So your memory space, your memory space might be virtualized, but your pointer to whatever memory you're trying to access is still going to be laid out in the CPU such that anybody else might occupy the same space or make an adaptation that's renders your access at any given moment invalid, and so you'd still suffer from a cache miss. So then in that case, speed of reading data in a struct versus array would be the only other thing that might be a difference. It would be like a performative difference if that's true. So if you run Discord, you do the physical memory is shared, but you get your own dedicated virtual address, right? But a program running on your computer with a heavy memory load will cause your memory to get paged out and hurt you, right? Yeah, because it doesn't matter. You could have like there's a limit on the hardware memory. Like it doesn't matter how much virtual address space you have. It's when there's thrashing about with like the actual physical space, so to speak, of your memory, you're going to have problems at some point if it gets bad enough. Caches. A program with heavy memory reads can cause your cache to get evicted. Even for the static arrays. Okay, so if nothing is immune, like if that's fine. If there's just no immunity, that's completely fine. Then is there a performative difference? between structs and arrays. In terms of accessing their data. Like member structs versus array offsets. You're probably immune from being paged out. Right. Right. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Static arrays make the .exe bigger. Yeah. That's... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because you'd have to have the memory set aside for the array size. Whatever ends up in there during the execution of the thing. But yeah, you need to have a place to have the array. Yeah. Guess it could get paged since it's not marked executable, but seems less likely. Could alleviate it with an arena. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid that. I think there will come a time when I can't avoid it anymore in the game, but for now I'm just trying to. It's the same as I'm not suggesting you change anything other than the opinion that it's the same as a struct. Right. I think I understand why you're saying that. Yeah. So I guess really what it really ends up being is a memory layout and accessibility ultimately. Am I able to access the memory? Am I able to access the values of an array faster than a struct, or vice versa? And I guess for read operations as well, because it seems like everything else is mostly a wash, except for maybe paging the data. A struct is just a big variable. You wouldn't say arrays are the same as integers because integers are flat. Right. Right. I don't mean I'm not sure that that's how I meant to say it. I think I meant to say it more like the way that the way that a struct is laid out. Oh, now I'm confused. I just don't think that's the way I meant to say it. But I get what you're saying though. I gotta think about this though, because like if I'm not getting a fundamental difference between a flat array or a struct, I guess I could do either one. But then a struct would at least give me some like form of readability. Let me just look at something here. Don't even have it on screen. It's fine. It's okay. I'm gonna. There's a link I have that helps me think through this. A struct is a contiguous memory of different types. An array is a contiguous memory of uniform types. Both have advantages. You're getting at AOS SOA. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. And I am using uniform types. Hmm. Okay. So when accessing elements in sequence, arrays benefit from cache locality. If you access data sequentially or in a pattern that aligns well with how cache lines work, you're likely to have fewer cache misses because adjacent data might already be in the cache. So like iterating over an array in a loop, which is what you're saying, Dandy. Structs can sometimes disrupt this locality if each struct instance is large, or if the fields within the struct are not accessed in a way that aligns with cache lines. However, for small structs where all data might fit into a single or few cache lines, the locality could be similar or even better than an array if all fields are used together frequently, but which I don't think I'm using all fields together frequently, and maybe for some things. If your data access pattern matches the layout of an array, like you're going through data in a linear fashion, arrays will generally perform better. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. With structs, if you're only accessing certain fields frequently, you might not utilize the cache as efficiently unless the struct's memory layout matches your access pattern. And so that I think that's where the kicker is that with the struct, if there are certain fields that I'm accessing frequently, then the cache isn't as efficient. In a struct. Static arrays have the advantage of being part of the executable. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. They aren't immune to cache evictions or other yeah, that's fine. Structs when passed by value for small sizes might benefit from being directly in registers. However, for larger structs, passing by pointer might introduce indirection similar to array access, potentially leading to cache misses. So I guess it depends on the size. And then yeah, they're embedded. So it really depends out on how the struct is laid out and how you're accessing the data in a struct versus an array. And the size of the struct matters. So if you're using uniform data, where you're doing sequential access, or where the entire data set fits into cache lines, arrays might offer a performance edge due to better cache utilization. If you're dealing with data where you frequently access all fields of a struct together, or where the data size fits well within cache lines. Structs might not significantly lag behind arrays in performance, and they could even be beneficial for code readability. So like you could treat structs as an array if you're going to deal with like you're going to touch like the entire struct at once, but it's not going to be quite as performant as the looping through the entire array at once, which is I guess what you're saying, Dandy. I know it's like small stuff, but it's kind of the point of the project. You can rewrite your mixed arrays of structs as multiple uniform arrays, but like actually just A, because why would you put them in a struct? But that's not always a benefit. So if you imagine like you need to iterate over every entity and print its position to the console, it's possible that having one array of vector2 will be faster than two arrays of float, because it's only one array that you're reading contiguously. So both X and Y will be guaranteed to be in the same cache line, and you need both. You've been meaning to bring this up and thinking about the array stuff. Yeah, it's not always better to separate every property into a separate array, because then fields you commonly need at the same time are scattered across memory, and each array will take up an entire cache line to read a value. A single cache line is 64 bits wide, so if you read one float from an array, you're wasting 64 minus 4 of 60 bytes of cache. Unless you're going to use the 15 next floats as well in a loop. Well, what the heck? I never really thought about it that deeply. When do you read one float from array in a problem where performance matters? And I mean, I do know that I'm going to be looking at the way that I use so both WebAssembly, you can really only go to 32. You can't do 64 yet without a lot of stupid stuff, which I'm not doing. And there's plenty of space for me to utilize the array structures so that there's less wasted space. I just haven't got to that point yet because I've just been focusing on like making the game like essentially work. If the X and Y are stored in parallel arrays, right then, whenever you say I need the position of the parent entity, for instance, that's random access, not linear access. So even if I do something like okay, entity's not okay here. So I have an NPC which reads from a static global array of NPCs which are loaded and never changed ever throughout the entire life cycle of the game. Global NPCs are what they are forever and ever and ever till death do you part. But then I have NPCs that live in the world, and they are extensions of the global NPCs, especially because some NPCs are repeated with minor or no changes. So a world NPC that's loaded into the world will literally just store an integer offset to the global NPC array. And so when I want to ask what the parent is, I just have a U32 value of whatever the integer is to the global NPC array. It's fine to have them separate if you're reading the arrays linearly because you're using all 16 floats from both cache lines. But if you just need the XY position of one entity, you're wasting 30 floats worth of memory. Right. Yeah, it would be bad in random access to have a lot of individual arrays. I don't Right. I don't have a lot of individual arrays. All the world NPCs is all one array. It's all one flat array. All the global NPCs that always stay there forever and ever, it's all one flat array. It's just that the world NPCs are their own array because then I can clear it and load up another world. But all the NPCs for the currently loaded map all live in like the world map NPC array. And it's just one flat array of all of them. And then they just have one particular index in that array that points to the global one if I need to go up to the parent. I might be misunderstanding your entire architecture. Okay, hit me. Let's sort it out. It's okay. So world NPC, world is like a bad terminology. World is like a map. This is a map, right? This is like I call it a world. It could be the overworld. It could be like a port. Like after I'm done sailing around, on my ship, and I land on a port to go, like, see who's there and trade and whatever. That's a world. If I go into a building, an interior of a building, that's a world. So world NPC is literally the NPCs that live in the currently existing thing that you're like interacting with. Does that make sense? I mean, what type is it and how big? Okay. It's here. World NPC. Right here, world NPC data. And so what I do, so it's a static U32 array of NPC data size. And what I do is I take the maximum number of NPCs that can live in a world and I multiply it by the enumeration that I have. And the enumeration is like the enum schema, essentially, is up here somewhere. Here. And so there's the world NPC data. And I just use that as just raw, like, just to read through. It's just a named way for me to get through an array. So I don't have to go like 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever. So at the very end, the data size is multiplied by the maximum number of NPCs that could possibly live in any world. And so that's my array. I thought you were putting each property into a different, not that you had one array. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, no. Right, Dandy. That's. It's okay. I get it, man. That's what you just described is exactly right. It's just one big freaking array, and the entire set of NPCs for the world go in there. It's basically the same mechanism of a struct, but doing the address and offset manually. Right. So basically you're using structs, but just not using the word struct. Yeah. But the compiled code looks similar. That's what I think too. It's exactly equivalent to just make a struct with 8 U32s in it. Hang on though. Hang on though. It's exactly equivalent to just make a struct with 8 U32s in it. If I'm representing a single, you literally cast your array to a struct and it would work. Okay, hang on, Danny, hang on. Just one thing at a time. Are you saying if I cast my entire global static array right here, the G-World NPC data into a struct? Because that part, wouldn't you have to cast each individual portion of an array into a struct? What about padding? You have an array of structs, but you're pretending it's an array of arrays. But it is technically an array of arrays. I think it's the structs that pretend to be arrays, right? Structs are a readability thing. ultimately they're treated as arrays under the hood in the way that I'm using them. And creating a bunch of structs means that the compiler might decide that it wants to lay out the struct in a different way. Like, I guess what Laugh is saying, like sometimes it'll have padding, or sometimes it'll put a compiler, or in memory a struct could live in a different place than an array could, right? Arrays are a readability thing too. I mean, the computer just has memory. Sure, yeah, arrays are a readability, but I would argue that they're like the lowest, like the closest thing that you're going to get in C to a data structure. Like they're beyond, once you go below arrays, you're outside of any possible data structure. I think struct layouts that are extremely well defined, you can trivially ensure there's no padding. I know there's a way to do that in Odin, honestly. I haven't looked at how to do that in C because it's been so long since I've done C, and I just went with what I knew. Pragmapack? I can't use a standard lib, right? So, or Pragmapack or no padding. If you put 8 U32 in a struct, there will never be any padding in any compiler. There's nothing special required. You don't need to pack it; it's already packed. Structs of arrays. We were talking about the packing. Yeah. It doesn't seem. Doesn't seem like there's fundamentally a difference here with. If I'm thinking this out, the array is actually more likely to cause padding because you're forcing yourself to only support U32, whereas a struct could tightly pack 4 separate fields as U8 into a U32 automatically. In your array, you'd have to merge the U8 into a U32 manually, otherwise indexing wouldn't work. Right. Right. So if you just make a struct and say, I only use U32, there's no padding. It's identical to arrays with different syntax. I mean, I could have swore there was some reason that the structs were laid out differently in memory, but maybe the reason why I thought that was that if you're using non-uniform structs, that's where you can add, that's where you can have weirdness with, like, quote unquote weirdness with structs. But because I'm uniforming the entire damn thing, it maybe there might not actually be a difference. Obviously, I'm talking exclusively about C. A lot of other languages do all sorts of crazy stuff, right? Yeah, padding isn't allowed between array elements. Is that what you mean, Spirit? Yeah, Laugh. That's kind of what I'm what I'm pointing to. At least that's part of it, yes. Structs do have padding in C, but only with mixed types that don't fit into the alignment. And that's what Pragma Pack disables, but you never want to disable that in practice. Right. And I don't think I need to, because I know what my types will be, and they are uniform on purpose. Like it's a particular thing that I'm like, I will never have non-uniform types. You can disable it for data you send over the wire to reduce bandwidth, or things you serialize to disk. Those are legitimate times to pack. Yeah, which fortunately I don't. I'm trying to think, am I sending anything over the wire? No, I'm not. So that's fine. In memory, you want good alignment. The padding will make the code faster in many cases. Than the cost of at the cost of more memory. Which is probably not the end of the world, because that would be an educated trade-off. I'm trying to find a flaw in this reasoning with like in terms of like the principles of what I'm trying to do here. Like I'm purposefully trying to like max out basic things, right? So and I was trying to avoid the premise that you should use structs for readability, because like readability is so subjective. But it's not what you're describing. I realize that, Dandy. Yeah, it wastes cache, of course, so you'd rather have a BPAC, but you don't want to manually pack it at the cost of alignment. Yeah, right. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with your arrays. You won't lose any performance. There's also nothing wrong with structs. Can be as fast as your arrays. Yeah, that's what it's sounding like to me. And I think my confusion for choosing arrays, I thought structs were going to be slower. But in my head it was because I was going to use them non-uniform. And then I guess somewhere along the way, when I started with arrays, I'm like, well, I'll just make them all uniform. And then I just kind of lost sight of like, well, I never thought to go back and consider. This code is ugly anyway. Shut up, Ghost. You need array plus offset to read a member, whereas reading a struct member is a pointer directly to the member with no offset. So that is literally a read performance benefit to a struct member, as long as the struct itself is uniform and you're not doing any weirdness. If you do that, then it's possible that you can read data off a struct faster than array plus offset. The offset happens at compile time. But I guess it could happen at compile time for the array too, since all the offsets are known at compile time. And you think compiler will generate worse code for func ri plus 1 than for func vector? Probably equivalent for statically known offsets. I mean, could we? Not C++. Get out of here. Just C. So if we went, like, yeah, wait. How do you set the damn type here? It's not exactly the same as I'm doing it, I know. Anyway, let's just say like static key32. And then a test array of like you know what? Let's just do 3, and then a struct. So I can't remember the exact thing, but anyways, it would be like 1, 2, 3, something like that. Don't I have to put in uint 32t? I'm pretty sure. Here, let's just put int for now, because I can't remember the exact freaking terminology. And then is it like this? I'm pretty sure it's like this. Yeah. And I don't know. So you could do, let's just see what accessing it is like, right? So 1. Oh, hang on. First of all, we'd have to like initialize it. And then okay. We need a new something though. So it would actually be hang on. These online are not. Hey, C++, good to see you. Yeah, well, I mean, Godbolt is at least the best one of them all, in my opinion. It'll at least give us a sense of like what's actually going on. Yeah. Yeah, hang on. I've lost the freaking. Wait. Happy New Year, C++. Good to see you, man. It is actual GCC output, yeah. So it'd be like wait, I didn't do that right. I think I have it backwards too. Yeah, so it'd be like this, and then it'd be like this. And to actually generate the data, it's not the arrow, it's the dot. Yeah, I can't remember why I thought arrow, but it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure it's like this, I think. Okay. So at least so have a look at initialization, right? So you can see, is it too small? If it's too small, I can make it, I can't, it's hard for me to tell. Let me just zoom in a little bit here. So you can see that the array Minus 12. I wonder why it's minus 12 here. I'll zoom in just a little bit more just to be sure. But even just initializing the value, there's a little bit of a difference, right? Your struct is on the stack. Okay, and then so that's fine. So if I wanted to okay, if I wanted to return, let's just try returning something. And we'll have to change this to like int. And so if I return 2, then that it returns exactly the same thing there, right? So whatever I choose to return, it's going to do the exact same set of let's say arithmetic, pointer arithmetic, so to speak. I'm not entirely sure why it's like minus 12 versus not, but it's fine. Returning an int from a function with a return. Okay, so it does work there. Yeah. There's the only difference here is really the minus 12. That's it. Your struct is equivalent to just having 3 local variables called 1, 2, 3. Try it. You'll RBP minus 12 again. So if I went int 1, int 2, int 3, screwed that up. All right. And so there it is. And then it just goes up from there. Or offsets from the stack as it continues working its way through. So I mean, fundamentally, as long as the struct is uniform, it's essentially the same. Now, out of curiosity, let's try and replicate this just a little bit. Yeah, downward. I think I said upward. Yeah, but it's downward. That's right, because you're in negative space. Let me just try like let's just call it TA, and then we're gonna go 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then we'll do this, and then I wonder how this changes if I go. Like, I just want to see something that's a bit more closer to what I'm doing, you know? So let's say I go like 1, 2, 3. Okay. So literally the same thing, which also means then literally the same thing. Okay. So at the very least, it doesn't seem like I've actually made anything worse. You didn't say anything wrong. I'm just saying that's why it's minus 12. Fair, yeah. I move the array to main so it's local, and it will actually be identical. Okay. I need to go like this, and then do that, and then go here. Right, it's .0 because it's in the local space of the function up above. Huh. Okay, so remove. It should drop the test. Hey, Travis. Thanks, man. We're just playing around with arrays versus structs and C to see if there's like a fundamental performance difference here. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had a good stream, man. I hope everything was good. Thanks for raiding in. Um, Here, just real quick, to see if there's a difference. Yeah. Remove static. Okay, so what I'm trying to so what I've done, what I'm building, for anybody who's new coming in from Travis's raid, it's not anywhere near as exciting or insanely cool as what Travis is doing, honestly. Oh yeah, look at how it changed. But what I am doing is, I'm building a video game in C. No standard libs, currently no structs or pointers, although maybe that might change now. That's what we're trying to figure out. Just flat arrays everywhere, compiled to WebAssembly, and WebAssembly is like the server, and the client is the browser. And I use just vanilla JavaScript, vanilla CSS, and DOM elements to render the entire game. And then I occasionally use CSS 3D to create the 3D version of the game, as you can see here. But the thing that we're getting into is whether or not my approach. Yeah, thanks, Travis. Have a good night, man. As to whether my approach to keeping things extremely simple is valid. Nico, man, thank you for the follow just now. What I'm trying to do is demonstrate that we've lost our way in the tech industry. We've lost our ability to not lean on crutches, libraries, frameworks, languages that do a bunch of stuff for you. And we have a lot of programmers who are essentially talked down to and told that they're too stupid to do anything without using some kind of guardrail or crutch. And as a high school dropout who has self-taught and come a long way, I don't actually think that's true. I think we have a lot of smart programmers. So I'm trying to prove it by doing something extremely like weird and complicated with a lot of restrictions to see how far I can push it. So you guys have come in right in the middle of this. And Dandy and Laugh and I are just talking about whether my approach in C to just having vanilla, like just straight up flat arrays, big flat arrays to hold a bunch of data, is more performant, less performant, or equivalently performant to using structs, as long as the structs have the same data type, like a 32-bit, 8-bit, whatever it is. And that's why we're on Godbolt. So here, because we're trying to figure out if the compiled difference between the struct or the array here has any meaningful difference reading or writing. And I was trying to initially avoid using structs because they weren't going to be uniform, and because most of the arguments for using structs were subjective, which is like readability, and I do not like subjective arguments for doing something. But if we can get readability, and there's fundamentally no difference in how the executed code and the memory layout is set up, like when it actually runs on your CPU, then maybe for my video game, it's fine to use structs in C and compile that to WebAssembly and go with it. So again, thanks for the raid, Travis, and thanks for welcome in, raiders. You're welcome to interrupt us here and ask questions. Array and struct and local vars are all identical when on the stack. The difference is when you put them in static globals or on the heap, that's what causes the indirection, because it's no longer on the stack. And so I'm using a lot of globals, Dandy. Fair, Laugh. I think you have mentioned that I should use structs. I think you've brought it up before. I think I know what happened. I think what happened is I initially started with the idea that my structs would have non-uniform data, because that is how this started. But ever since I've simplified the entire video game on purpose to stick to the principles of, hey, how far can we push dum-dum mode, just to demonstrate how far we can push very, very little. I then switched into everything is now uniform and did not think to go back on the reason why I didn't use structs and reconsider that. I think that's where I went wrong. The performance difference won't come from the differences between structs and arrays. Struct fields are effectively just memory offsets from the struct base. This is identical to array indices, as they are also just memory offsets from the array base. Okay. You can keep your array and typecast to structs if bytes align. That is also another option I have, yeah. By the way, thanks Spiker-B. Welcome in. It's not necessarily identical if the array offset isn't known at compile time, though, because struct offsets are always known at compile time and array indices are not. So it could be an extra indirection at runtime. And so the extra indirection at runtime would be that if I literally wanted to do, like, I wonder if I do 2 and then I do 1, does that change anything? No, it shouldn't. But what would happen is that at runtime, you would be asking the CPU to do the math of how to get from 0 to 2, for example. In these cases, he's going to be using a constant offset like test_array1, where it's being indexed by a constant. Yeah, yes, that's what I do. I'll keep reading chat, but just so you know, for anybody new coming in, I have a bunch of enums, and I literally it's just for readability, right? And then I just use them to read into a static U32 big array where all the same data goes into. It's just like sliced off by offsets. That's all it is, right? And so then I just literally just call it like this. It's just the data plus offsets, and I figure out like where my beginner offset is for each individual, like NPC in this case. That comes packaged in with NPC data. I have all that sorted out, so I know it's like offset plus the enumeration constant of this, and that's how I read into it. Hopefully that makes sense. The way Spear is doing it, the indices will be constant though. No, I want to say yes. Either way, it's not another indirection, since it's just the difference of a constant offset versus a variable offset. These are effectively the same instruction. Yeah, most of his arrays that should have been structs are indexed with offsets that are known at compile time, so it's effectively equivalent. So all your rant was pointless. Shut up, Ghost. Structs are very convenient. Structs would benefit from readability, I suppose. Even in the dynamic case, there isn't a performance difference. Really? There is no offset with a struct if it's on the stack or passed by value. The member can be directly accessed, but if you have a pointer to a struct, then yes, there's an offset from the pointer, effectively as if it were an array, right? So, I mean, the readability, okay. Okay, then I have a question. On the stack, it's going to be offset from the base pointer, but whatever. It's a memory lookup in both cases. There isn't a pointer being chased. Yes, but the base pointer points to the stack, which is not a cache miss like a pointer to elsewhere might be. I would have to point to a struct, wouldn't I? Like, if I'm going to have a struct of global NPCs that are part of the world, and then I want to reference a specific one, I can't do it by knowing the integer value. Like, I use the ID. In this case, when I say NPC ID, it's literally like initial offset plus size, and the initial offset is my ID. And so if my ID is 0, then it's the 0th of the big array of all NPCs. If it's 1, it's actually 1 times 0 plus size of array, right? And so I can just reference like that. If I'm doing pointer referencing to structs, though, don't I start complicating this a bit more? Yeah, but that's not affected by structs or arrays. It's just where you stored it. But wouldn't a pointer, if it's cold, it's cold. Right, but I would have to have a pointer to a struct to be able to... If you used a struct, you wouldn't need to calculate that offset. It would be automatic. Right. I understand. Yeah, I understand that. But what I'm trying to do is confirm that I would have to use a pointer to a struct. Right? Like, yeah, it's effectively the same instruction. Let me try and think of a different way to ask this. Okay, it would be like this. Okay, this is what I'm asking. Here's yeah. Give me a second. Here's what I'm asking. It would be like this. It'd be static int array of arrays, okay? And it'd be 9. And then let's say we have this here. Okay, we're just gonna go with it. Okay, and then we're gonna do we'll do TA1, 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 and then TA2, right? And so it'd be TA2 1, TA2 2, TA2 3. And then imagine I won't type it all out, but there's a third one. And so then what I can do is actually, instead of this, okay, so I just did it for the purpose of like showing it, but instead of this, I do something like this. This is exactly what I'm doing in the game right now. It'd be array of arrays. And so then my offset plus 1, and where offset is equal to whatever my ID is times the size of the array, which is in this case 3, right? And so my ID is 0, for example. And so then I can go 33. You know, like, I think you get the picture now, right? However, right, and so then if I change my ID to that, then I update my offset. My offset would be this again, and then, you know, I go ahead and I do the same thing, and now it's pointer arithmetic that I'm doing like manually here. So then when I need to go and reference, let's say TA1 in my game, I would just go ID equals 0. So again, the same thing. ID equals 0, offset equals ID times 3, and then I'd go array of arrays, and I just want to get 2. Right? And whatever, I want to like do my special console log that I created just for spitting out, you know, these values, right? Whereas if I'm going to do that with structs, then I essentially have to go, I'd have to create all my structs somewhere, and then I have to point to the struct. I'd have to go like a pointer to you know, Spiro dot 2, and that would be, you know, or whatever, right? I'd have to like pass it in, or, you know, whatever it is, I'd have to dereference it and point to the actual struct. I can't just point to like the big flat array of all things. Yeah, load from base pointer plus field offset is the same perf as base pointer plus field offset, but in a register, right? It's different assembly code. Sure. Sure. It could be, it might be different assembly code, but if you can compare the same assembly code to the same assembly code, then it's not as bad. And so my question is that how I reference a specific portion of a data structure, whether it's in a flat big array of all the same data structure, or versus a struct, I would have to have a pointer to the struct, right? That's what I'm asking. In this case here, if I'm creating like 3 structs of 3 fields, I'd have to have a pointer to the struct that I would otherwise do an ID offset here for, right? Because like I would have to do like I don't know, like something along these lines. I don't know, like this, right? Like I have to be pointing to the struct, as opposed to doing the offset math. Yeah, crash. Generally good enough. I'd honestly expect structs to be faster due to better compiler heuristics. Arrays in C are pointers, and array operator is a dereference. Array I is equivalent to that. You can tell Sparrow never uses pointers in his code. It's been a while. I did it when I first started writing the C code for the game, and then I completely switched it, and it's been a while. For performance, so for if I'm trying to like max out the performance on purpose, so essentially what I'm trying to do is I do not want to do something less performant in any way, shape, or form if the only benefit is readability. That's what I'm trying to avoid. But if in this case it's essentially the same, like if there is actually no difference in performance, and I get readability because people like reading structs more, I personally don't care, but lots of people do, then maybe maybe I should just switch to structs for this for the game here. Lean on AI a little for pointers until I relearn it. Yeah. So then I would structs and arrays are equivalent in most cases. That's a rare occasion when a struct might generate faster code, but it's negligible at best. None of what you mentioned has a clear performance difference. To improve readability, you would have to start making functions first. Ghost your mom's a function. Um, um, and none of what you've mentioned has a clear performance difference. So, as far as I can tell, thanks, Dandy. So as far as I can tell, then, as long as my data is uniform, which it is, like on purpose because I'm being strict about it, then I can use a struct or an array, and it would be the same, except readability potentially. And then instead of pointing to an offset in an array, into a big array, I would have a pointer to a struct. Or I could have like an array of pointers to a struct, to a set of structs from, big set of structs, or, something like that. It's less code because you don't need to manually do offset calculation. It would, yeah, that's also true. I would have to type a lot less. I would also be able to, less code equals less memory equals faster in some tiny irrelevant way. Yes. I would also avoid doing this. Let me show you. Yeah, you'll probably agree here completely. Just a sec. Here, like this, I would be able to avoid having to have specific functions to read into specific offsets. That might be actually a bad example because I kind of need that for WebAssembly. WebAssembly kind of forces my hand to do that. But there are other functions in here where I have to do the offset calc within the function to return to return like the data that I'm looking for. Kind of like this. Right? It would avoid me having to write all this extra code to get into the offset to begin with. It improves your instruction cache. Yeah. Plus 3 FPS. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It would simplify some of this code. It really would. If I'm not losing out on performance. Just even in terms of like what I need to type out and how you read it. It can be weird to do. It can be weird to do these calcs. I mean, it's fine. It's just weird to be doing these calcs. It's like I'm trying to mash assembly into C almost. Which I'm fine with. As you can see, I wrote 7,000 lines in one single C file, like to prove a point for the principle of the project, right? And to prove that I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. If I'm going to complain about the way we write code and our performance and how sloppy we get, then, I should be willing to do it myself. But if I'm not going to lose out on anything by using structs, then for this all this uniform data, then I maybe I should just do that. You can mash assembly to see if you want. Wouldn't recommend it in most cases. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to give that some thought. Because I might want to do that. I think it's cool what you accomplished with arrays. It taught you a lot. It did, actually. It's true because I asked the question, right? Writing your own memory allocator. I kind of have. I kind of have. I've sort of written my own thing here. And then I tried it with like a particular type of struct, a number struct, to see how it would work. So, it was fun. Worst case scenario, you learn where each implementation has pluses and minuses. Yes, yeah, you'll learn a lot. Yeah. I also like you don't change your mind when people have just cause arguments. You want solid evidence. Yeah, that's so. The primary thing. The primary thing that yeah, that's the whole shtick around here. Yeah. So okay, I've got two things to say. So one, anytime that I'm like bashing on React because I hate React, I think it's such a cancer to the industry. It's a terrible mindset to have about well, even the front end web development, but it's infiltrated into languages on the back end as well, and I just hate it. But when I bring it up and I go like, I think it's adding abstractions and complexity over top of things you don't need it. Usually, not always, but usually the response, like an overwhelming majority of the response is like, yeah, but my subjective preference though. Right? Like that's usually the response. And yeah, but like my anecdotal experience in a big team made it work. Therefore it's good. But those are not, that's not evidence. That's an anecdotal experience. And readability is subjective. I find personally the array stuff perfectly readable. I understand why other people don't. I find people who use color schemes unreadable. That's a subjective preference, right? What's actually happening under the hood? So you guys are right that like setting myself a limitation of like I only want to use flat arrays because everybody uses structs. Why does everyone use structs, right? Hey Sartorius, how you doing, man? Good to see you. The asking the question of like why, because the normal response to why should you use structs that I kept hearing was readability. And I'm like, okay, that's subjective though. You're not giving me an objective reason why structs are any better than flat arrays. So asking that question has been really good because like I did learn a lot about, wait, so how is memory allocated? How is it laid out inside the CPU architecture as much as we can understand it? Yada, yada, yada. So this is good. And I want to use the same kind of principled arguments against everything above that. That's why I'm using vanilla JavaScript and vanilla CSS and just DOM elements, and I'm not using hardware acceleration on the browser because, again, I'm trying to show that like the reasoning behind these insane web development frameworks and build tools and whatnot, they are fundamentally subjective reasons. Very few people can give you objective reasons why you should reach for React. As an example, I'm just using that as an example, right? So I'm trying to do that at the whole stack. 95% of classes are useless. No color scheme. No color scheme is an incorrect preference. Shut up, Sergeant. I pretty much always do things opposite from everyone else. It's just more fun until they can convince me. Yeah, it's not about being contrarian. It's like you're asking the question, because you want to understand why, right? If you really care, you're going to ask the question so that you can understand why. That's what I think. Like if you wrote this allocator, you should be able to see how you could reinterpret the memory in your flat array as a struct. It's the same with ints instead of bytes. I do so Biker. I do see it now. What happened is that I started off on the wrong. I started off with a different way of using structs, and then which was non-uniform data, which would potentially be victim to like a different layout mechanism, padding, things like that, because it's like one member might be a U8, one might be a I32, whatever it is. I started out that way and I'm like, okay, well, this is going to be a problem. So what if I just did arrays instead, and then I uniformed the arrays, and then I never thought to go back and ask the same question again about structs. But now it's like, oh, well, geez, yes. Okay, now this is starting to make sense. One of you here is probably Primogen's using a throwaway account. Yeah. Could you imagine, Mist? Freaking hell. You just wait until one of them goes, yeah. And then you know who it is. Can't help himself. Reasons you should reach for React. You want to make a crap ton of money in a very short amount of time. Yeah. That's the only reason. That's why I learned C, because I wanted to learn what problems C++ solved that C has, and I learned that C++ doesn't solve anything. Exactly. It just adds complexity and creates many new problems. Exactly. And that's where front-end web development is, with all these libraries and frameworks that they use, and they think that like Theo literally, I did a 3 or 4.5 hour response video to a video that Theo did, T3. And in it, he literally said, I am quoting verbatim, CSS would have been unapproachable were it not for Tailwind. What? Like, you're adding complexity to solve something that you could just use a bit of brain power to get through. But that's the state of front end. That's exactly what people in front end think. So all you're doing is adding a complexity build tool chain to create something that didn't need it in the first place, because you didn't want to apply some brain power to get through not having to add complexity. Even if the struct is non-uniform, memory is memory. Like, you could be masking your ints in your flat arrays for smaller values. True. And Biker, the thing is, I was thinking about doing that for the arrays themselves. I was like, oh, I have my arrays are just 32. I could fit more data into these array indices. It's like, well, now that you're saying that, Biker, it's like, yeah, I could do that in a struct as well. It would end up being the same damn thing. So, I'm starting to come around to it. It's that I moved towards a position where I never asked about the origin of the position. Hey, Board Solo, how's it going, man? Good to see you. On the YouTube side, people who wait. I'm a loss on chat. Hang on. Oh boy, Theo, all these abstractions break people's brains. Yeah, exactly. And they don't think to ask the questions that we're all asking here right now. They don't think to like open up, and actually just like give it a shot on anything. So what if the assembly output isn't exactly perfect, but at least trying to understand what the fundamental difference would be between like one or the other. They just go, no, it's already solved for me. React already solves this for me. I'm just going to use it, because people much smarter than me have already figured this out. So, who am I to question the intelligence of people much smarter than I? Damn, that's a hot take. Yeah, people who wrote amazing CSS for 20 years before Tailwind. Ridiculous statements. Yeah, that was a completely brain dead, idiotic statement to make. That CSS is unapproachable without Tailwind. It's so stupid. People who only write Tailwind don't know CSS at all. I remember people who could raw dog CSS in the most beautiful ways. Yeah, we don't bother with CSS libraries at work. No point at all. That missed. You're in like a special place. CSS Zen Garden, yeah. Someone posted a link to an ECS library they wrote earlier in Discord and asked them why they made the syntax so convoluted. They basically made a DSL with metaprogramming, and they said, I find it easier to read. And I said, I prefer the vanilla since I know what it does. And they said, people don't need to know what's going on under the hood. That is so stupid. I've asked... It's so ironic to see someone using ECS that also doesn't care what's going on under the hood. How far we've fallen from Mike Acton's data-oriented programming talk. Yeah. In terms of memory efficiency as well, you can organize structs better than arrays, so there's no memory padding. You can't, yes. I mean, you can organize, you should be able to organize a struct after this discussion. You should be able to organize a struct at least as good as an array and vice versa. And maybe in some cases a struct has a benefit. It isn't all just complexity on assembly. Why not live there? Is there no value in abstraction at all? So that's what a lot of people come back with too, Slip. By the way, good to see you, Slip. They'll say that. Hey, thanks for the sub, Board. I appreciate it. So they'll say like, so what, bro? You want to go back to assembly? How about this? Yeah, tell me why we shouldn't. And the usual response is, but it would be so slow. Think about all the problems you'd have writing in assembly. Okay, but you're talking about one-offs. Like you're talking about like if I'm going to choose to write assembly and then there's an entire team that wants to write in an abstraction. But that's not what I'm actually advocating for. It's a misinterpretation of the worldview. The worldview would be, what would actually be wrong if everyone's preference was to go back to writing assembly because they hated the abstractions and the cost of abstractions? Tell me what's bad about that. So if your preference is abstractions, why is my preference for non-abstractions any better than your preference or vice versa? It's all preference-based arguments. And what's more, abstractions is an easy button for people who don't want to learn what's going on under the hood. Or a more charitable take would be abstractions makes it so that there's little to no incentive to go figure out what's going on under the hood. And so what you end up doing is with enough abstractions, you solve problems for the problems created by the abstraction within the abstraction. It's not often that you're going to solve problems that are outside of the abstraction, but when those problems arise, you're all of a sudden looking around at a room full of people who only know the abstraction and nothing outside of it. And that causes serious issues because then what you have to do is write more abstractions as an escape hatch. You can see that with React. That's exactly what happened. And other frameworks like React. So the abstractions causes more problems than it solves, especially over the long term. Tailwind is crap. I hate it. Yeah, hey, Board. You came over from the YouTube side, huh? Right. Dandy nailed it. If you're using it as an excuse to be ignorant, then it's bad. And a lot of people might not even knowingly use it as an excuse to be ignorant. As a matter of fact, businesses love abstractions. If you think about it from a business perspective, the ability to hire computer science grads or bootcamp grads who know React and can jump in and write a bunch of code very quickly that has abstracted away a bunch of stuff that you normally have to hire a good programmer to write almost from scratch or from the ground up. that's a very, very appealing offer. Hey, an abstraction over top of an abstraction over top of an abstraction times another 7 other abstractions will cost you a lot less money up front, at least. But what these businesses never hear, or they kind of like, cover their eyes and their ears to, is what happens in the long term beyond 2-3 years. Say, for example, when you're on React 17 and React 19 makes such fundamental changes that you can't escape from React 17 because your entire dependency chain is broken. Or when you run into a limitation of the React version you're using, or Angular or whatever, and you don't have anybody in the room who can work outside of that abstraction. What's the cost to the business then? Nobody thinks about that. All they see is that short term, hey, this abstraction helps me to get started right now, go grab a bunch of money right now and get that VC funding exit, and I'm good to go, right? I was watching a short guide in grid layout I was having trouble with, and he starts with, let's install Tailwind. Yeah, board. Yeah. My favorite straw man that seems to be gaining popularity is, why not just make your own silicone? As if that's a valid counter argument. It's the stupidest argument. Exactly. Essentially, they're just like missing the entire point of the argument. Please learn both at very low, very high. Understanding both make you yourself better. Both, I would settle for both. That's where the C programmer comes in. Yeah, biker. If a vast majority of programmers actually did both, I probably wouldn't be streaming, because I think that would be just good enough to keep us from the edge of lunacy. But we've already jumped that point. The way I have explained it is this: abstracting things is great for simple stuff. But if you never learn what it's doing, you'll never be able to fix a real issue. The less we teach it, the less likely people will learn it. And at this point, we're running out of those people. So, we said the same thing, just in different ways. And I think you're absolutely right. There's merit to understanding what is going on under the hood, but only when you hit some sort of issue with the code. By then it's too late, Crash. If you wait until you only hit some sort of issue with the code, you're going to be spending a lot more time fixing it at that point than if you had just unloaded some under the hood stuff. And I'm not talking about like the ability to be able to read and write assembly or read and write C so that you can work in React. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about like, just have a look at like how you might approach certain problems in React in vanilla JavaScript. Just a few, just to get a sense. That would be way better than what's going on now. Assembly is an abstraction too. Maybe you should write a machine code, maybe design hardware. This doesn't mean you shouldn't ignore the levels below, only that you shouldn't ignore the value of them. Thanks, board. Yeah. So assembly is an abstraction, but Slip, I think this is also another thing. I was telling, I think it might've been Dandy, when Dandy and I were respectfully disagreeing. I apologize if it wasn't you, Dandy, but somebody was internalizing arguments. What internalizing an argument is you take something that's said in like a generally broad statement, and then you go, yeah, but it doesn't apply to me, therefore, right? And so you'll say something like, programmers don't understand underlying fundamentals of the things they're using. And then somebody will come along in chat or whatever and go, yeah, but I do, right? That's the internalization. I do. So you're wrong. It doesn't mean you shouldn't be at the abstracted level, because I can be at the abstracted level and I can learn low level stuff too. And so therefore the entire argument is moot and invalid. No, what you've done is you've taken a generalization and internalized it to yourself and retorted the same argument from your perspective. And your perspective is not the general perspective. The general perspective is that most people don't go beyond the abstraction level. They stay in abstraction land. Whether you yourself can go below and understand both is fun. It's different than the argument I'm making. Nobody should be siloed into their layer of abstraction. Yeah, Slip. That's a much better way of putting it. Yeah. You shouldn't write throwaway code. Sometimes you want to write throwaway code, but ultimately, ideally, you're writing code that sticks. That would be ideal. In practice, obviously, that's not the case. But it was me, though I agree to disagree on internalizing because I was thinking of other people. Okay, that's fair, Dandy. It was regarding Prime having an obligation to give his viewers real sound business advice. Yes, right. And so right, and so from my perspective, and you know, I can see Dandy's perspective. From my perspective, it sounded like, you know, when Dandy was saying, well, no, Prime doesn't have an obligation to do that. His obligation is to, um, you know, make money essentially. And so that's what he does. Um, to me, it's an internalization of like, that's what I would do. That's what Dandy would do. That's what I would expect. But that's not what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying like, what would Dandy do or what would Dandy expect of Prime? It's like a generalization of like and Prime is an example of a generalization. You could point to Prime as a specificity of the generalization. You could do that with Theo or anyone else. You could do that with me, and say, well, what should Spiro do? But the generalization that argument that I'm making is, if tech streamers actually care about tech, and there's a responsibility that they should have to their viewers to not mislead them by valuing entertainment over their own, you know, principles or characters or you know, technical, you know, objective arguments or what, you know, insert whatever reason you want here, then there's a different argument, right? I think Spiro's perspective is morally sound and mine is just realist. Yes. I mean, Dandy, that's fair. Yeah. Yes. You're stating something that's like, you know, so Dandy, this is the difference between you and I guess. Here's what I would say. What you're talking about is descriptive, right? You're describing what's happening. What I'm talking about is prescriptive, which is I am prescribing what should happen or what ought to happen. We need bracelets that say, what would Spiro do? No, you don't. That's a terrible idea, Laugh. I think your view of a standard programmer is going to be heavily warped by your work experience. My coworkers at my current and previous jobs are insanely good. Yeah, okay, Biker, but then that's anecdotal, right? So why does your anecdote of your experiences with previous jobs and developers trump my anecdote of previous jobs and developers? Which one wins? You experienced something different than I did. Which one has an objective trump card? And I don't think neither one of us do. However, Biker, I think you're new here. So what I have done in the past is gone through actual academic and scientific statistical studies from ArcSiv about the tech industry, from things like why TypeScript actually increases bugs, doesn't decrease bugs, increases time to fix bugs, why we have, why cybersecurity costs, like the consequences of cybersecurity is the third biggest economy in the world next to US and China. We've gone over whether abstractions help or hinder programmer abilities to do maintenance, for example, or to decrease risk. Whether interdependencies in NPM repositories or Python repositories help or hurt, like actual data, including reports from developers themselves about like their state of happiness, hiring, you know, things like this. And many things point or correlate to a decrease in programmer ability to be able to do the things that we're talking about. And that is more objective than my anecdotes or your anecdotes. And so that's why I make the generalization statements, is because I've been through some of this data already on stream, free to watch on my previous lives on my YouTube, which go over this. The tech industry is not in a good place, and our programmer output, especially in terms of quality, is dramatically reducing. I think the only thing we can actually do and have control over is label those streamers as good, high quality, moral versus entertainment capitalist corrupt freaking commies, you know, freaking commie streamers. You're an addict. Shut up, Mist. Your mom's an anecdote. Who has better programmers, West or East? Are we doing this? Are we doing West versus East Coast? A bit boggled, and people are talking about abstractions in the terms of things like front end. You're already in the penthouse of abstractions, right? Slip, you are already in the penthouse of abstractions, right? So then my argument, right, would be this: why add more abstractions? So it's like saying this. This is literally what I think it is. You're speeding on the highway. You're going like 50 over the speed limit. Cops behind you. Light comes on. Sirens comes on, and you're like, like this cop's already got me, right? I'm going 50 over. There's no way I'm escaping this. Pedal to the metal. Why not have some fun while we're here? Like, why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense to me that you would live in the land of abstractions and then go, you know what my way out of this is? More abstractions. That's one of the things I like about Prime. He talks about going one step lower, even getting the current gen willing to look one step deeper. I know what people have issues with him, but I think he's overall positive influence on the scene. He does, but it comes. So yes, Board, I agree with you. He does encourage people to look a little bit deeper, but it also comes at the cost of other things. For example, people will look at. He'll encourage people to look at things that he either knows or is ignorant to the fact that his viewers will take it as gospel, whereas he's not taking it as gospel and he's not clear about it. He's doing it for his own purposes, or he's riding a trend or whatever because it's good for views. Whether or not the encouragement is to look at things one step lower or not, what I think he fails to see is the influence he has. He either chooses not to see it or he just doesn't get it. And then there are character issues. There's some serious character issues he has. He betrays himself all the time, which then makes me distrustful of him just in general, let alone technical decisions he makes. So it's not perfect, and neither am I. But I think the problem is that because he has so many viewers, his responsibility level is way crazy high, and I don't think he takes it as seriously as he should. So I'm making a prescriptive claim, right? He ought to be, and he's not. He's failing his viewers in this way, which is what I would expect anybody to do of me in his position, because like influence over people is not a small thing. And I'm going to say that as someone who was in a cult for 30 years and had to escape. The influence people had over me, it's not a small, like, oh, it's just the viewers. I mean, yeah, it is just the viewers, but it's also people like that too, including myself. Okay, but discussing the standard programmer obviously is useless if we can agree. Like, your anecdotes don't apply to me. Can we talk about things that are applicable to ourselves other than others, because we have control there? That's why I brought up, yeah, Biker. That's why I brought up the studies, right? Because they indicate the state of programmers and their capabilities. My mom is a nice lady. That's right, Board. You would know. I think a professional license would be great. Yeah. Yeah. Citorius. I think it'd be great. That would be a lot better. And you could have, you could slice that up any number of ways. But a license would be, I mean, other industries use a license all the time. And the idea would be that you don't need to be retested, for every single job interview you do. You don't, you've gone through a certain like rigor, maybe you've done it through like experience, whatever it is, right? Like, I think that's quite appropriate. The devil would be in the details, but I think overall it would be better than what we have now. I'm confused. How did he fail his viewers by misguiding? Yes, C++. That's one way. Sometimes he has misguided, and he does it The thing is, he's having fun, right? And so then everyone else is having fun, and it makes the topic interesting, and it's a good thing because it adds some positivity. Like, it makes programming approachable when you watch him like just having a blast, and he's trash talking chat or whatever, they're trash talking him. It's a good thing. Um, but you can do both. Like, you can you can properly guide and still have fun doing it. I don't want to reopen the debate, damn it, Dandy, but I think it's important to say that I do think that Prime has a moral obligation to not maliciously misinform or mislead his audience. It's very different from ignorance, not caring jokes. If you're intentionally trying to sway some political thing, financial thing, etc., that's very bad. Yes. So Dandy, the only thing I can say, because it's getting into subjective territory, but the only thing I can say is that if you watch, well, you can watch him or Theo, or even Pirate Software. If you watch them long enough, over a long enough period of time, and you pay attention to the things they say and the way they interact with chat, when they're in particular moods, when they're talking to particular people, etc., it's very clear. It becomes very clear the motivations behind certain actions. That's it. Yeah, web developers. Yeah, it's not the whole field though. It's true. Um, ban me harder for failing certification of every new framework. See, and that's where the devil would be in the details, right, Slip? Because it's like, do you want to be certified? Do you want to have a certification for React? Yeah, probably not. You probably wouldn't. You probably wouldn't want to do that. I think he's entertaining at times. I remember when he was reading an article that was trashing the number of 3-line libraries. He loaded the one in the article and implemented it live in the fancy way. It worked until someone said to stress test it. The 3-line library was something like 11 times faster. Yeah, yeah. Um, even today when Prime had Casey on, that was pretty good. Like, it's pretty good. And with his audience, it's a good thing to have someone like Casey on and get exposure to that level of audience and have Casey, impart wisdom that very few people have. It's like that's a positive thing for sure. It's not like he does nothing positive, you know, but I'm asking for more. Why am I bad for asking for more? Why is that bad? I'm not even asking for perfection, but like haphazard is what I don't like. A React cert will cost $1,000 a month. I don't watch Prime or Theo or Pirate. They're all cringe and boring and basic. I watch John Blow. John Blow's great. Casey Muratori. Yep. Because they can actually teach me things. Yes, exactly. Yeah. There's only so far that entertainment programming will take you. Casey is a great counter to T3 and Prime. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. There's only so far that entertainment programming will take you. Right. So if you're actually interested in in understanding what's going on, entertainment programming will, by definition, by necessity, it will not get you where you want to be. It's definitionally not capable of doing that. There you have to strike a balance, and then sometimes you have to lean into one or the other. There's too much entertainment programming. It's too much brain rot programming. I watch a lot of people who are less experienced, like me. I'm less experienced than you, for sure, because I like teaching people things and observing how people learn or what ideas they have if they're independent thinkers. Yeah. That's a totally different thing. That's right, Dandy. Yeah, the whole industry is entertainment for many. That's actually not too far from the truth, Ghost. That's so defeatist. I love it. That's actually not too far from the truth. It has been kind of like entertainized And so that's what people think programming is now. Huh. I like watching people who are learning a language I don't know about. Yeah, me too. It's fun. Casual learning. I can see what they try and the mistakes they make. Yeah. So Travis and Adam Learns Live. Um, if you're not following Travis, you should be. Like for example, Travis is doing he's writing a video game like a 3D engine in Vulkan, with just in C and Vulkan. He's just like raw dogging the whole thing. Um, it's like beyond me the way that he wrangles that code. It's Travis Roman, but I can't do a shout out for him right now. Um, but well, I mean, maybe I can do this there for now. He's great to watch because it's extremely different, even though we're kind of in the same space in terms of the video game with C. And sometimes I know Travis will come on and watch stuff I do on the browser with like the stupid CSS 3D crap, which I think is kind of fun and cool that we got to do that. And Travis will learn something because it's very different from his world. Same with Adam Learns Live. He builds games. He does it in C#, which is like, man, I don't remember the last time I did C#. It was a long time ago, right? But they do it in a way like you can see that they care about what they're doing, and they're not in it for really the entertainment. Entertainment is like a secondary thing. It's great when you have fun doing it, but they're there because they're trying to use it for they're doing the thing for what it's meant to be done, and you watch them do that. And that is like that's real, right? That's what really happens. You don't go to a job, okay, and go Porque Maria, yeah. That's not what happens at an actual job. You might do that like in the lunchroom for with your friends or whatever. But when you're sitting down solving problems, it looks more like what Travis does or what Adam does, right? That's more what it looks like. And that's what you get to see. I appreciate any person capable of using their brain to form original thoughts and opinions. Me too, Dandy. I cringe this train of thought. Which train of thought slip? For every topic, there's a topic below and a topic above. Learning never stops. Yeah, geez, don't tell me about it. Spear's the only web developer worth watching. I don't know, Dandy. I'm a web developer. It might not even be worth it that much. Yeah, but the audience is different. 90% of viewers have ADHD and need constant stimulation. Okay. So C++, there's a why? Why are 90% of the viewers full of ADHD and need constant stimulation? And why is it okay to continue to feed into that? Hang on. Sorry. I've seen quite a few companies where the senior engineers looks like homeless guys. It's freakishly accurate. Shots fired. TikTok brain rot. Right. But that doesn't it doesn't mean that you need to cater to that or make that the primary way for you to engage with viewers, because all you're doing is saying, well, I guess I'll just feed into it and make continue to do it. If Spiro didn't talk to chat, just coded HTML for 3 hours straight, I wouldn't be. Yeah, right. Like I have to step away from the code and actually talk to people, because that kind of interaction helps. But see, the difference is typically when I step away from code and talk to people, I talk about these kinds of topics. You can ask the regulars here. You could ask Laugh, for example, who's been around here for a long, long time. And we talk about like, hang on, should I really be using arrays here? What's the difference between arrays and structs? Like those kinds of topics come up all the time here. And that's usually what I step away from. I usually don't step away in order to do like I don't know, like backflips or whatever, or like, plan animation or things like that. We're mostly working through stuff and talking about like semi serious topics. And then occasionally it'll be like me making mom jokes because I have all your moms in my kitchen, which I do, by the way. One of them just came in to offer me food, and I'm like, no, I'm talking to your son. I'm looking at you, ghost. Get out of here and back to the kitchen, right? It's like, yeah. Somebody had kids with ADHD, and now we have all this mess. Slightly ADHD. If enough people have ADHD, then nobody has ADHD. I hope you guys realize that. All your moms are belong. Yeah, all your moms are belong to my kitchen. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, thanks for the again, thanks for this for the sub board. I appreciate it. I know you're just kind of lurking, and thanks for the follow slip. I appreciate that too. I missed that. Somebody says the sandwich. My mom is a great chef. You're lucky to have her. Well, don't worry. She's lucky to have me too. Know what I'm saying? Viewers, wannabes, 60%. Want to think they can, 20%. Okay, have opinions, but don't leave their abstraction layer. 10% know more than their layer. Other 10% DM me, please. Let's chat. I want to learn from you. Yeah. I clinically have ADHD. I would not wish upon anyone. Yeah, I understand. I can do without the. Wait, who? What sexism? Oh, about your moms. Oh, well, it's an ongoing joke here, so it is what it is. It's not real, by the way. I just want to be clear. I'm not stating that it's real. Clearly, it's not real. Okay, thanks, Biker. Jeez. Paid my mom $5. She loved you a long time. I can give you number. I'm good. I'm good. Why? When I get it for free. Why pay? Shame and embarrassment. The ultimate currency. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. Don't want people like Biker around. People who just automatically pull out the ism card are probably more low tier than they think. It's like you can't just pull out an ism over a joke. That's retarded. Spirit gets paid in sandwiches. I do. She has way too much self-respect. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, last night would state otherwise. Don't know. I got nothing. Tailwindism. Yeah. So, yeah. Now I have a huge. I guess I have a huge refactor in front of me after all that. I need to. Yeah, I think I'm gonna write a few structs, and I was thinking about this. If I kept, I think maybe for the purpose of like what I'm trying to do with the project, maybe I should keep a few enums and like arrays the way that I'm doing it right now, and make a few structs. And then that way I can always talk about it in the future, because it is a topic. It is like, well, like one of the first things that people tend to pick up on. Just like, wait, how are you structuring this? You've got arrays? What are you talking about? Like, what kind of arrays do you have? How are you getting the data? So it may be good, since they're fundamentally the same, convert a few of these to structs and keep some of the arrays around, just to kind of show or the non-difference of both, so that if the question comes up again, it's like, well, look, here's here, I'm actually using both, and you'll note that there's no difference. That might be a good idea. Shut up, Slip. It's fairly late at night. It's common for people to join chat drunk at this hour. Maybe, yeah. It's Wednesday. My ism is acting up. I'm gonna head home. Ends in moi, yeah. Oh dear, I hope I didn't do that wrong. No, you didn't. Finish it with arrays, then profile it, then port it to structs, then profile it for science. Do I have to do the whole thing though? And agonize over everything. Every single line has to be in Godbolt, yeah. I don't think I have to do all of it. I think it'd be okay to do like a mixture. That would still be profilable. I'm pretty sure. 10 years of streaming content secure. It will never end. I would do a test separately from your actual code, implement a struct in an array, and test an expected operation. We kind of did that in Godbolt. We looked at what the assembly would do. It's the same. You're the only person in history with this many ways. Nobody else can do this experiment, Spiro. You are Batman. Science begs you. No, there's no. I'm not going to do the entire thing and then do the entire thing. That's crazy talk. And yet tempting. Maybe. The idea is slowly growing on me. Profile it, find the slow parts and do those. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think on this a while. I won't make any hasty decisions tonight. I have plenty to keep running with. Like, this is the fact that I've got through all the major mechanics of the game coded out using this is good. It means that I don't have to do anything crazy. Now it's just like all the little things, like actually building out the interactions and whatnot. The big stuff's already done. Huh. I have to think about it. But yeah. Make some micro benchmarks with the bouncing logos. Can you even profile WebAssembly? You kind of can. So there is a way to read into the memory here, so this isn't exactly like a profile, but you can just kind of like go read into the raw memory, because that's essentially what WebAssembly becomes in the browser. It's just a big block of memory with some functionality, some functions you call, essentially. So this is one element that I can use to kind of like dig in and see what's going on. Another thing I can do is I can do time, I think, and then I'm pretty sure I can do time end, something like this, and then in between I can run functions, right? And so I can profile individual functions that are executed inside of WebAssembly. So there's some profiling, even though this isn't exactly like the most accurate. This timing mechanism kind of gives you weird stuff. So there's that, and then the other thing you can do is you can take your heap snapshot and go have a look at what everything is doing. You can even manually garbage collect if you want with your JavaScript, and I think this affects. I don't think this affects WebAssembly, but I think it affects things that like touch WebAssembly. So this might give you a few hints as well. But just internally, you'd have to do something internally in here that would track, I don't know, certain things and then spit them out to console. So it might be a bit more difficult. Not all heroes wear capes, yeah. But some wear an assortment of Mario hats, yeah. He won't do it, he's too lazy. Yeah, not yet. Has anyone else noticed that Spiro appears to be streaming from a golf cart? I told you that in confidence. And it's made to look like a golf cart. It's actually high quality. Yeah, Dandy's right. It's high quality cardboard. It's not a shipping container. And I'm not homeless. I'm in a cardboard mansion. And it's the good quality cardboard. It's not the poor quality cardboard. So, there. A Mario golf cart. I wish. Those are expensive. Are you kidding me? I'm not getting a Mario golf cart. What the hell? A good double-walled construct. Yeah, that's right. It's a corrugated cardboard golf cart. That's right. Thank you. Jeez, you guys are like, you guys don't get it, do you? Like, I'm basically like middle class homeless. There are classes. And I'm smack dab in the middle. Right, I was writing map stuff, which I did. What else was I going to do? More NPCs, that's right. But yeah, budget maxing, that's right. Okay, so I guess next steps for me, if I'm not going to do an entire rewrite to structs, which I'm probably going to do, it would be build out a semblance of a map, even though I have no artistic capabilities at all. Like build out a little bit of a world, and then finish the entity stuff that I started. I was going to add an entity, which is what I started doing here. And then make it so that when you step over the entity, you offload this map and you go into another one. So means I have to clear all the world data. And then this is going to be fun from a rendering perspective, because I'm going to have to put the game in a state that's like, I don't know, like transition state, intermediate state, I don't know, something like that. And then the browser would have to render like a loading screen in case it takes forever to do it for some reason, or like just a black screen or something. And then when the world is loaded, then it's going to rerun the div element tile rendering functions. And then I have to track what determines when the world is loaded. Do I just Is it just the end of the execution block here? I suppose that's all it has to be. I don't want to get too fancy with it and have like a loading bar and whatnot. Just keep it simple. So you'd come to the end, you'd step over the entity, you'd offload all your array data, like your array information for the world, whatever it is. I have it listed all here. You'd go into loading world state or something like that, and then the renderer would check for the state up here somewhere, right around here. This is where we do our states and our scenes. And black screen it, show a loading screen, wait for this to finish, which then goes back to its original state of in game, and then that will automatically tell the renderer to update the tiles because the renderer is constantly checking the state of the game. Okay, that's going to be a thing. Probably going to be so fast to fade to black and back will do. I think so too, yeah. Oh, thanks, Crash. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it here. I stayed a lot longer than I was planning to today, but it was a good convo. It's a good stream. So what I'll do is, thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate it. That was a lot of fun. And I'll probably, so tomorrow I'm going to be on, I'll be on a little bit at least because I'm going on a podcast. A friend is interviewing me for his podcast. That'll be on X. So I'm going to do that. So I'll probably stream around there. It'll be my late evening, which is about like 4 hours from 4 hours behind now, like in the past of now, wherever your time zone is. And then I'll probably be on again Friday. And then I think I'm going to be talking to Ironclad Dev Monday morning, early morning my time. Because I told him I want to tell him why I think React ruined the tech industry. So he's inviting me on. That'll be fun. Let me find somebody to send Twitch degenerates over. Let's see, is there anybody doing something similar to what I'm doing? Nobody can rant like I do, and nobody can write arrays like I do. Because I'm Batman. I should send you over to Sergeant Pepper. And degen represent. Yeah, I can rant like you. I just can't do the array thing. Oh, well, bored. I mean, you're not too far off from being like me. Imagine being as good as I am. Could you imagine that, bored? All you have to do is array stuff. You've got the rest. Visualization tools. We might end up on Sergeant stream, even though he's doing Rust. Ugh, disgusting. So gross. Like, why? Why, Sergeant? It's just utter. Have mercy. Okay, we're going to Sergeant. That's it. It's been a long time since I could raid Sergeant. And he's been around here for a long time too. He's been a good supporter. So I'm gonna get that started. Okay, there we go. That's set up. All right. Oh, pure, good. Good. I mean, at least you've potentially got something in the bag. At least, I guess, give it a shot. You never know. Okay, well, I'm sorry, but I'm sending you over to Sergeant for some Rust stuff. But Sergeant's a fun guy, so just deal with it. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks for listening to my stupid rants and my idiotic takes. Don't make me into a role model, because I'm not. I'm the worst role model ever. I do flat arrays everywhere. How good of a role model could I possibly be? There, I've done my moral duty for the day. Go learn stuff by yourself, like I did. You can do it too. Okay, have a good night, everybody.